Morning, everyone, and welcome to our Storage Design and Modeling Working Group for Outage Management Uplift and DEB Distributed Level and Pair Resource Working Group. My name is Brenna Marquez on behalf of the California ISO. We welcome you to today's meeting. Today, we will have our presenters here today, starting off with Dinesh Dasgupta. He's our policy developer, also helping out with this initiative and others. We also have Sergio Dueñas Melendez, who's our storage sector manager for the storage design and modeling initiative here today. And then we will be adding Juan Alvarez Lopez. He's our senior advisor, power system technology. And so we do have a lot of folks from the ISO who have been helping out with this initiative. We will have them also announce if when they do join, if have comment to provide, they'll be introducing themselves. But at this time, let's go ahead and get started with our housekeeping reminders, as this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. This meeting is also structured to simulate dialogue and is engagement for perspectives. As well, we encourage both comments verbal and in chat to be professional and respectful. We also are trying to refrain from repeating anything that was previously said in order for us to effectively use our time managedly during the call. So we will have an opportunity to ask questions after each topic. Sergio and Dinesh will let the audience know when it's that time to provide questions or comments, just in order for us to continue providing the full content of that presentation or slides that they're presenting so they can be able to speak on it. We also have instructions to raising a hand here today. So we will have the open participant chat panels windows on the bottom right of your screen. You'll be able to add yourself to the queue to ask a question. So when you do raise your hand, Tegan, our event producer, will help unmute you. At the time of you being unmuted, make sure to state your full name and affiliation before stating your comment. We want to make sure who is speaking. And if you do forget, we will help remind you at the end of your comment to provide your full name and affiliation. We also want to encourage any questions through chat to all panelists. We'll be monitoring those and also we'll be verbally saying those during the call at the time of the meeting. But as well, we do have our event producer, Tegan, who will be here to help us, and also myself, who will be here to help facilitate the call. And then now we will kind of cover the agenda today, starting off with Sergio, who will be covering those topics groups that we have for the storage modeling design initiative. And then there's a timeline that we want to kind of cover for what's going to happen for the next steps. And then also he'll be covering the overview of planned storage constraints. And then he'll dive into the overview of the state of charge, definition, and calculation. We'll take a 5-minute break between 10:55 and 11, and then we'll dive into the overview of the used implied bid spreads with Dinesh. And then we'll have like an open discussion on those 4 topics from the morning. And then from those 4 topics, open discussion, we plan to do like a noon Pacific time break from noon to 1. So we'll be returning back at 1 p.m. Pacific time to go over overview and distribution level storage charging constraints with Dinesh. And then he'll also cover the overview of DEBs and hybrid resources. Once he's done covering that, we'll have a time for a quick break on those discussion questions. And then we'll kind of take another break and kind of review introduce our stakeholder presenter, Chris Devon from Terragen, and he will be presenting on his topic that he likes to present to the team, and also we'll have another open discussion. So today we do have a lot going on. My colleagues may cover a little bit more on the exact timeline of today's meeting, but this is the high-level agenda for today that we would like to provide. And also all the presentation materials have been posted, and I provided that link on the chat. We will be monitoring hands. But if there's any questions, let us know. We'll be happy to help during the call. During the ISO policy initiative stakeholder process, we also provide this overview of where we stand within the initiative. This may be a high level, more broader timeline, but my colleague Sergio will cover exactly where we stand in the stakeholder process, So we're not necessarily like, we're just currently in the working group stage. So we're working on those 3 topics for this initiative. So we'll kind of show that timeline and how we're progressing towards the straw proposal and the other items. So this is just a more of a high level overview that we are just having for most of our initiatives. And then at this time, I think I'll go ahead and introduce Sergio, and Tegan will be passing it off to my colleague to provide move the slides for us today. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Thank you for the intro. And good morning, everyone. Let's get started with some quick overview of what we're here to discuss today and what are some of the next steps in this initiative. So as you are all familiar, we shared this revised topic groups in our last meeting. The way that we're trying to kind of organize the discussion of issues in this initiative is to be able to define the morning and afternoon sessions as to what topic group we'll be covering. Today, we'll be focusing on the first and third one. We'll be focusing on elements related to state of charge definition and calculation and some of the background that is relevant for the uplift and DEB modifications that has been requested by stakeholders to kind of, build a common understanding of where storage modeling stands today and what is planned for it. And then later in the afternoon, we'll talk about some of the issues in the third topic group, mainly on distribution level constraints and distribution level storage constraints and the depth for hybrid resources. And we'll also have our stakeholder Terrigen present on some additional hybrid topics. So as we develop, as we move through this initiative, we'll keep refining, tuning the language of these topic groups for clarity, keep, being responsive to how this shape up. And the goal really of being able to discuss this in these groups is to provide kind of certainty of what is being covered when, but also to allow us to have discussion of items that, might move a bit quicker or might be a little bit easier to find consensus around a potential solution, and also allow for the time to have the holistic background conversations for some of the topics that are more complex. So after today's meeting, we will have completed a couple of all-day workshops. We'll be asking for your comments via our commenting template, and the goal for that will be to have those comments in by March 5th. So before, when we shared the timeline last month, we had the comments due on the 5th, then we had a posting on the 19th, and then another meeting on the 24th of March. And we thought that was a little bit compressed, between posting and then the meeting. We wanted to give folks at least 1 week to be able to digest the posting. And we also wanted to provide a little bit more clarity on what we imagine the posting will look like. So basically, this revised timeline kind of tweaks the dates a little bit. We'll have a bit more time between the comments and the posting, and also more time between the posting and the subsequent meetings. And what I want you to kind of think about, or that we'll include in that posting later in March, is more so focused on a subset of elements within topic group 1 that we've discussed a little bit more robustly so far, and mainly the issues related to outage reporting, to nonlinearity, and that we'll discuss today too about state of charge definition and calculation. The goal there will be to, have a paper that serves a bit as an issue paper, but also illustrates kind of the different alternatives or ideas that have been shared in this venue so far, so as to, provide a record of the conversation at this point. And then as we move forward with our meetings on late March and April, then we'll have another opportunity for comments. And then in May, we're targeting to post, similarly a revised iteration of that first March paper, but also an issue paper on the remaining topics. So that's kind of the idea at this point on how these conversations will evolve. We're setting this in a manner that we'll always have at least 1 week between posting a meeting and at least 2 weeks between the last meeting and when comments are due. So that way I think we can keep it productive without being overwhelming, since there's definitely a lot of processes and initiatives going on at the ISO and elsewhere. That's really kind of the quick update I wanted to share with folks around what we're thinking on the timeline. I'll pause here to see if there's any questions. And if not, we can hop into the substantive topics for today.
Hi, Sergio. I don't see any questions in the queue.
Yeah, me neither. And I don't see anything in the chat either. So let's get going. Obviously, at the end of the section of this morning, we can revisit this topic if there's any questions. So let's keep going, and then we can see if there's anything to chime in about this. Okay, so the first topic for this morning is to provide an overview of planned storage constraints. In our last meeting, we provided an overview of all the existing storage constraints that are being used in the market optimizations today. And here, what we'll discuss is basically all the other constraints that have been approved, that have been discussed elsewhere in ISO initiatives and are planned to be implemented, and how they are expected to be implemented today. Now, as we go through this conversation, I would invite you to, look at this obviously through an educational lens of understanding where we're planning to be at, but also a little bit of think about it too as tools that we can leverage, right? Because we know that these new constraints, these planned constraints, are something that will be deployed eventually. So I think it's valuable to look at this content through the lens of how can this be leveraged, how could this be enhanced to address or mitigate some of the challenges that we're seeing today. We obviously will want to have that specific discussion too of, okay, now we understand all the constraints, we've done all of this level setting background, how does this align with the gaps and challenges? We'll have a dedicated time for that discussion. But I think to start thinking that will be very helpful moving forward. So a little bit of background on how the planned constraints came to be. So a couple of years back, 2022, 2023 time frame, the ISO is working concurrently in the energy storage enhancement and day-ahead market enhancements initiatives, or ESC and DAME, as I'll just call them moving forward. Within the ESC initiative, the ISO was considering the changes to the state of charge formulations so as to better consider the impact of regulation in the day-ahead and real-time timeframes. The proposal's goal was to, have a a means to approximate the impact on state of charge of resources, of storage resources that received energy and regulation awards. And the goal was to do that through what we ended up calling the attenuation factors. So this solution, we had a plan to implement it in early 2023, but there were some challenges, and that delayed a bit the implementation of that solution. So at the same time that we realized that there would be an implementation delay, the ISO then prepared a paper to explain the situation, and this process of explaining the situation, sharing the challenges with market participants, resulted in a modified proposal that at that time was called the two-constraint solution. And actually, this two-constraint solution is exactly the formula that we discussed in our last meeting. So this is now today an existing constraint, and it's this formula right here. These two constraints that we talked about, the one that uses the attenuation factors in the first line, and that establishes that the lower bound of SOC and that the attenuation factor SOC must be between the lower and upper bounds of SOC, and it also includes this energy constraint. By having this two-constraint solution and requiring the market optimization to satisfy both of these constraints, we were able to untangle the effects of energy and regulation, and be also able to make sure that both of these constraints are met. So this was the outcome of ESE. This solution that we've explained in more detail in our prior meeting when we detailed the existing storage constraints. But in parallel, while this was being discussed in ESE, the DAME initiative was considering the development of another means to account for the impact of the new DAME products on state of charge. So this concept that was being developed in DAME was called the envelope equations. The envelope equations would seek to estimate a reasonable upper and lower bound of state of charge for each hour. And the goal of these envelope equations was to, consider the impacts of particularly imbalance reserves, but also in the ROC process of reliability capacity. Those are new products that were created in the DAME initiative, and that there's no historical data so far on those products, and this is something that will come up on the creation of the constraints in a couple of slides. So what is the envelope equation? What is it trying to do? Really, what it's trying to do is to create a hypothetical lower and upper limit for the resource. That way, the market can consider this lower and upper limits, and when the state of charge reaches either of those limits, it will ensure that the resource is scheduled in a way that would enable the SOC to receive any future additional imbalance reserves. Basically, it's an estimate that makes sure that we do not overschedule imbalance reserves to the degree that it cannot be supported by the hypothetical SOC defined in the envelope equations. And I'll go into more detail moving forward, but that is like the high-level definition of what we're trying to achieve with this. In both of these initiatives, in both ESC and DAME, there was some consideration of, well, what about just incorporating other products into the envelope equations? But why are we limiting ourselves in a way to just considering imbalance reserves or reliability capacity in the case of the rock run? One of the discussions in particular was like, how do the envelope equations kind of interact with other existing constraints? So eventually, kind of a decision taken there was that with the DAME initiative, there'll be two modifications to the existing constraints. The first one would be that we'll update the ancillary service state of charge constraint that we discussed in our last meeting. This is an existing constraint, but we will update it to include imbalance reserves. Remember, the ancillary service state of charge constraint ensures that well, we'll discuss it in the next slide, so I don't need to provide that background right here. The second consequence from the DAME initiative was that in the day ahead, we'll generate these upper and lower bounds or envelopes for state of charge. So the envelope constraint would constrain the operation of storage resources, and the initial upper and lower bounds will be set to the initial day ahead state of charge. And then since we do not have historical data at this time for these new products that are being created via DAME, we'll create an initial multiplier that will be set at 0.85, so 85%, let's call it. An 85% multiplier that is set to be updated, of course, as we have more information and more data. A process that is not so dissimilar from kind of the goal and process of the attenuation factor. So that's the background. I see there's one hand, so let's pause here for a moment before we go into more the detail of how these two consequences of DAME are being operationalized into the planned constraints. So if we could unmute Alva.
Hey, Alva, you may be on double mute. Just check your device if you can. And Alva's from PG&E, just confirming that. Alva, if you can go from your headset, I think since you're logged in, can you go check your headset to make sure it's unmuted? We can kind of hear Alva, but it kind of went away. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we can hear you. If you could put the volume a little bit higher, we can. Okay. So I still don't hear Alva. Alva, you may have to go back in and remove your headset and try again. And if not, we can come back, Sergio, or try again, Alva.
Yeah.
Try again.
Oh,
we heard you, but try speaking louder, Alva.
Yeah, very faintly.
I'm going to try using the phone, okay?
Oh, that was the best, actually. Maybe you can you can try now. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, okay. Very well.
So great. I had three questions I wanted to ask. I still have some confusion about the envelope constraint. On slide 15, if we first, I'll just go through the questions and then you can try to answer them. My impression when we looked at the envelope constraint is that it is not generally possible to reduce the constraint after it has been hit. So essentially, if you, for example, if you started in your day-ahead solution at full charge, and then you provided imbalance reserves up so for several hours so that it essentially the envelope constraint took you to where you can provide no more upward imbalance reserve, you also cannot charge because the energy constraint will still see you as being fully charged. And so as far as I could tell, there's no way to get out of the envelope constraints. I'm wondering about your point there. That's one. Two, on slide, on the next slide, slide 17, I would like you to address I also have a concern that the envelope constraints are fundamentally different from the attenuation factor constraints because you can't net out awards. And so since you can't net awards, the use of the envelope constraints is much more constraining on awards than the attenuation factors on regulation. And so if you were to apply those to regulation, it would restrict regulation awards because they couldn't be netted out. And then the third thing I wanted to ask you is whether your the bullet on slide 16, the extension of the ancillary service state of charge constraint to the imbalance reserves. We've gone through the business requirements and looked at those equations, and I did not see that. I saw the 85% envelope constraints, but I did not see the ancillary service state of charge constraint. And so I wondered if you could just clarify on that. So thank you very much, Sergio. This is really helpful, and I'm glad you're doing this.
Yes, thank you for the questions, Alva. So let me try and go in order here. So the first question regarding, I will probably avoid defining it as like, can you get out of the constraint? More so like, how does the constraint resolve once you hit it? That's perhaps a better way of thinking about it for me.
Sure. Sure.
So here, the consequence of reaching the upper limit would be that the market would schedule the resource to discharge prior to scheduling any additional imbalance reserves, right? We cannot continue to rely on an asset that would be at full charge for that imbalance reserve. So we'll need to schedule the resource to discharge prior, and then after that discharge, it's possible that it can provide additional imbalance reserve in the direction that it would charge it more.
Right.
The same would be true in the opposite way.
Well, now, that's what I'm questioning. I'm questioning because let me use your example where you're talking about, if you start at minimum, say, and you provide imbalance reserves down, that can take you to a point where you cannot provide any more imbalance reserves down, as you say, without discharging. But since you don't have any actual energy, how can you get a discharge schedule in the day-ahead market? That's my question. I don't think you can.
Okay, so the concern is kind of the interplay between the envelope equations, but also the starting, the initial SOC being potentially, I don't know, inaccurate or.
Well, not even inaccurate. Just it's just. I mean, to me, this is. I don't necessarily oppose the envelope constraints. I just think your point may not be correct. There may not be a way of, at least within one market, I don't think there's a way to, reduce essentially make it possible to supply more imbalances, because essentially you get into a situation where you don't have actual ability to have an energy schedule because of the imbalance reserves, and so I'm questioning that point is all. I'm I'm not trying to. I mean, there may be. It's just a question, really, because when I've looked at it, it seemed to me that you are going to run into that, and that it's not correct to say you can essentially schedule a discharge, like you said, in the day-ahead market, and then be able to supply more of anything, because you won't be able to discharge because you, in fact, if you believe you're going to be at minimum and you get a bunch of imbalance reserve down, you will still be at minimum in terms of the day-ahead market, and so they can't schedule any discharge on you.
I think this is something that we can definitely potentially like follow up and clarify, because my understanding is that we're going to, like, without going into incredible detail here, let's think of our resource, that it's at 50% state of charge, you know? So that resource, that's its initial state of charge at the beginning of the day. That will inform the constraint of, you know, what's the lower bound that it can provide, which is basically it has 50% in its tank. If you use those megawatt hours, then you're empty. That's the lower bound. And then an upper bound of, you have 50% left to charge. If you charge all that 50%, that's your upper bound. So then the market is able to make sure that in the given hours that start coming up, we cannot get in a situation where we're scheduling more imbalance reserves than what those bounds can determine. So if the initial state of charge is empty, then in the first hour, we're immediately meeting the situation where you can't provide imbalance reserves in the direction that will discharge you because you're empty. You can provide it in the opposite direction, or you can charge,
right?
Because you're empty. So maybe we can definitely clarify that, because I'm not seeing kind of the immediate situation where you put yourself in a position that you can't come out of at the beginning of the day. But I think,
I mean, if we were talking about energy, you could charge and then discharge over the course of the day. And therefore you could get, for example, you get your energy arbitrage that way. If, on the other hand, you receive imbalance reserves down rather than charging awards, it constrains you in the same way, because the envelope constraint will not, it constrains you differently. You will not be able to discharge because the energy constraint will say you haven't charged. The imbalance reserve envelope constraint will say you have no further ability to provide imbalance reserves down. Like you said, you have no ability to provide imbalance reserves up. And so basically, after 5 or 6 hours of imbalance reserve down, your battery is stuck. It can't do anything more in the day-ahead market because of the imbalance reserve awards. And it looked to me like your bullet was sort of saying, no, you can get out of that because you can discharge, but you can't discharge because the SOC constraint is saying you don't have the ability to discharge. So there are two constraints.
I understand. Yeah, I think that's something, well, first off, obviously, to clarify how this reads, that was not the intent of how it was presented, but also clarify kind of the potential difference between an energy, the difference between the nature of the energy schedule as opposed to the IR schedule.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that addresses kind of the first and third question, perhaps.
Yes.
And second, sorry. The third one was about the ancillary service state of charge constraint extension and whether it is included in the requirements.
Right.
So I'm gonna write this in the chat. Hopefully that works. Well, I'll say it first. If you look at the BRS for DAME, the most recent one, which I believe is version 1.4, that ASSOC constraint update should be under BRQ 331A. BRQ 04-331A. So if you do like a Control F, you'll find it's like page 62 of 150. So I understand that it's a little bit hidden perhaps in the VRS, but I'll also put it in the chat as well. And if there's other questions on that, we can definitely have a call or something. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sergio. Appreciate it.
Yes, of course. And I see Callie has her hand up too.
Yeah, hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So actually I have a question, but real quick, wanted to follow on to that conversation you guys just had with Alva on the upper and lower limit. And I do recall that being one of the issues raised when we were going through the development of the envelope constraints, is that once a resource hits that upper or lower limit, it's essentially done in the market, in the day-ahead market. It cannot be awarded any other products or schedules for the rest of the day. So I think what would be useful is hopefully maybe in the next iteration, I think having some, or maybe you have it later on in the slides and I'm getting ahead of myself. And if that's the case, I apologize. Some numerical examples that kind of illustrate the interaction between the upper and lower limit and the energy SOC, and how once a resource hits one of those upper or lower limits, the market can't award it anything else for the rest of the day. Because I think, something that just occurred to me is assuming a 0.85 on the imbalance reserve obviously will make that more likely to occur. So just wanted to throw that out there. But my original question I had, and this is just to confirm my understanding and just in a very high level way, once DAME goes into place, between all the constraints we have today and these planned constraints, every resource in the day ahead market will have 4 different SOCs. Is that an accurate, do I understand that correct? We'll have the energy, the AS, and then now this upper and lower? 4 different calculated SOCs that are used for different reasons.
Yeah, I would probably phrase it as, it's not that they're different SOCs, they're different calculations that relate to the state of charge. Some of them, are prospective hypothetical bounds, like the ones resulting from the envelope equations, the envelope constraints. Others are fed directly, from telemetry that are still estimates, as we'll talk about in subsequent slides. Estimates from the resource itself. Others are taking that value and then applying the impact of AS as we are modeling it through attenuation factors. So there are, various variables that play into or consider state of charge. But they're all kind of working in as we talked about before, and I'll go back a couple of slides. A lot of them are basically simultaneously binding, like this pair of constraints, plus the ASSOC and the ancillary service awards constraint. Others are more targeted to specific moments or runs. So for example, as we'll talk in a couple of slides, there's like a version of the envelope constraints for IFM, and then another version for the rock run. Something I've heard from, for example, CISA is that it would be useful to have kind of a matrix that explains or links like this constraint or this formula, does it appear in this market or not? In what run does it appear? Is it in the day ahead or in the 15 or 5-minute market kind of time frame? So that's something that I think we can also kind of add for further clarity. And finally, kind of on that point, each of these state of charge constraints are also calculated for a given time frame. So it's not necessary that like that's the SOC of the asset. It's just that it's an estimate directed or derived from that SOC for a given time period. And they're continuously updated, right? So in that regard, like saying they have 4, well, they might have more, but in a collection of intervals, right? Does that help, Callie? Hopefully.
It does. I was honestly really just trying to ask at like the 30,000 foot level, my understanding to confirm it. In the IFM specifically, there's 4 different SOC formulas. I understand they're used for different reasons, but there's 4 different formulas that calculate some variation of an SOC for each resource.
Yeah, I'd say
Okay.
in IFM, yeah.
Okay, that's, I just wanted to confirm that, so thank you. And I second that ask for a matrix. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that, Callie. And yeah, we'll take that ask of kind of the matrix and the potential for numerical examples too. So maybe we can do like corollary section of existing and planned constraints, summary and examples in our next meeting. Okay, I'll keep going through the next parts that details a little bit more the planned constraints, and then we'll do another brief pause for questions. So let's look quickly at the first consequence of name for the planned constraints, which would mean updates to the AS SOC constraint. Today in the day-ahead market, we're using this constraint, which actually, to your point, Callie, for example, this is also another, then really there's more than 4 in that sense, no? Because we have the 2 that we've discussed prior, the 2 that come from the envelope constraints, also the ASSOC constraint also takes into account state of charge. So there's several different formulas or calculations that might take it into account. In the day ahead, we take the ancillary services awarded to storage resources, and we make sure that those resources will have sufficient state of charge to deliver those awards. This calculation kind of ensures that there will be enough SOC to provide for the awarded capacity for at least 1 hour. As you can tell, oh, sorry, I moved that too quickly. As you can tell here, we basically have regulation, spin reserve, non-spinning reserve, and regulation in both directions, right? So this is what we're doing today. The update will imply adding imbalance reserve up and down to its corresponding formulas. That way, those constraints will be expanded so that they can require sufficient SOC to provide the imbalance reserves as well, in addition to the remaining AS. So this formulas, the ancillary service state of charge constraint, we discussed this in detail too in our last meeting. This formulas, these constraints must be simultaneously met along with the state of charge AT and EN constraints as well. And in addition, we'll also have to simultaneously meet the envelope constraints that are the second consequence of name. So this is the first consequence. We're expanding the ASSOC constraint to include imbalance reserves. These constraints will also be expanded to include reliability capacity specifically for the rock run. So in IFM, we have all of those sets of constraints that need to be simultaneously feasible. In rock, we'll have the same, but with the addition of reliability capacity as well. The second consequence from DAME is the development of the envelope constraints. As I mentioned before, these equations are estimating, a hypothetical upper bound and lower bound for storage resources, and they track those values over time. So every interval, in the case of IFM, every hour, we have a new value, a new updated lower and upper bound based on where the storage resource is at. Those values are defined in a way that they're creating a boundary for the state of charge. Once that boundary is met in a given hour, the market will schedule resources to charge prior to scheduling any additional imbalance reserves, or the opposite in the case of the opposite direction. This envelope constraints, this is how they would come up, in the optimization, and this is also further detailed with more specificity in the VRS that Brenda shared in the chat. So basically, we have an upper envelope state of charge that is defined by the upper state of charge in the interval prior, in the hour prior, minus the effect of energy in the charging direction, minus the effect of energy in the discharging direction, times the efficiency, plus the effects of imbalance reserves down, times the efficiency, times the multiplier. All of that needs to be lesser than or equal to the physical upper limit of state of charge that the resource can perform at. And then the opposite is true in the opposite direction, right? So important things to highlight here are those adjustable multipliers that are applied here for upward and downward imbalance reserve. Just like in the conversation with the attenuation factors, we're pretty clear that this should be kind of empirically informed. However, for products that are brand new, empirical data is not readily available, obviously. So in the process of developing, I may have gone ahead of myself, so I'll jump there for a moment. So in the process of developing these constraints, I think there's the idea right now is that in market simulation, we'll use this initial multiplier values of 85%, and then we'll do some analysis around how to, further tune this parameter by holding all other configurable parameters constant. Then we'll find some optimized values, and we'll use those values for parallel operations and go live. Now, moving forward, as we get more data, we get more information, we'll continue to think about how to further tune those adjustable parameters, but this is kind of a plan at this time. The slide I skipped over, I apologize, but it basically tells the same story that we just told for the extended ancillary service state of charge constraint, but for the envelope constraints. So just as we have a version that is just looking at imbalance reserves for the integrated forward market, we also have a version that is also looking at reliability capacity in both directions for the rock run. So if if we're keeping count like we were in our prior conversation with Callie, really, there's there's 2 constraints that are always being simultaneously trying to be met: the SOC-EN and SOC-AT. Then on top of that, we have the ancillary service state of charge constraint that is also always being met. But there's 2 flavors: one for the IFM that would have imbalance reserves, and one for ROC that would also have reliability capacity. Same with the envelope constraints. We'll also have 2 flavors: one for IFM that is considering imbalance reserves, and one for ROC that is also considering reliability capacity. I'll pause here to see if there's questions or anything also to add from the CAISO team. But let's go first with Alva. Yeah.
Hear me this time? Am I clear? Not yet.
Alva, we can't hear you. Could try again? A little
I'm
bit
trying
more
again.
louder. Okay, we can hear
It's
you.
like-
Now it sounds
okay.
better.
It just comes. So Sergio, given that this is an all-day meeting, I'm going to just raise something here, which I think you probably should parking lot, but I want to, because you've given a very good description of all of the constraints here. And I'm actually kind of interested in hearing what Callie has to say on this, as well as later in the day when we get to the hybrids. But I think there was in a sense, there's a fork in the path that could have been taken and can still be taken almost at any point, which is that, a much simplified approach could be used for NGR in the day-ahead market, which would fundamentally be just the energy constraints. And everything else in real time, you have to check and see whether a resource can provide what it's either capable of doing or not. And the resource is essentially responsible for the costs of not being able to provide the service, or for adjusting its schedule in real time so that it can. To me, this is more similar to the way hybrids are having to operate at present and in the future anyway. And so I think it's be useful to think about that just in terms of who gets the value out of the panoply of constraints. It's possible that it's the operators, and the operators just insist that this has to be available to them so that they can essentially be assured that resources satisfy their awards. But I would say in general, we should be in a world, and in fact, it's been put this way in many contexts, that batteries manage their state of charge through their bidding so that they can satisfy the awards they've received. And if they don't, there should be consequences. And if they don't, and it causes reliability effects, obviously something has to be done. There has to be some way of anticipating that that's the case. But I do think that the NGR model is far more constrained in terms of the solutions that it yields than is the case for any other resource type. So just a really something to keep in mind. As I said, by setting all of these attenuation parameters to 0, you can effectively have this be the case at any point in the future. So it's not like it's, in a sense, we've completely abandoned the idea that, it may be necessary to relax or eliminate some of these constraints. But I do wonder about the value and the potential effects on the markets of this set of constraints. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alva. I appreciate the, trying to stimulate some creative thinking. I would also invite folks to connect a little bit as they think about these issues, kind of also think about and consider the potential relationship with a couple of the big issues that we also want to to address here, like, for example, VCR, right? Like, I think that the point that you bring up, Alva, makes a direct relationship with when and how the resources may expose themselves to the costs of not meeting a given award, and how should a given uplift mechanism address that. In general, I think that the existence of the constraints, as the name implies, does constrain the solution that the optimization might yield, but it also provides certainty for, the ISO, but also certainty, I believe, for market participants that the awards and what might be expected of them is within the realm of feasibility. Now, while the constraints are a big part of it, there's also other elements that feed into that feasibility of the instructions, as we'll discuss in our next section around state of charge definition and calculation. So there's definitely a different array of sources for that uncertainty that we're trying to mitigate through the use of this calculations. But thanks for that. Callie?
Yeah, hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Just because Alva asked, I'll go ahead and give my I guess, knee-jerk reaction to that idea. I'm always for trying to figure out if there's a more simplified way to solve market issues. I think, history has shown if we get to some overly complex solutions in the market, there's always just, unanticipated consequences or market outcomes that we just never really thought through before. So creative thinking, I'm always all for that. So yeah, Alva, just you asked for my initial reaction. There you go. So if you have something in mind, yeah, I think this group would be a really good forum to use to kind of think through whether or not we're headed down a path that is just adding constraint on top of constraint on top of constraint that's making the market overly complex. Because the more simplified and transparent it is, I think the easier it is for participants to participate in the market.
Thank you for that, Callie.
Yep.
Yeah, I am not seeing other hands or questions at this time. As a quick kind of recap of this section, I think, these are really kind of the kind of conversations we want to stimulate, so that's good. Something that we'll want to think about for our next session then, from what we've learned talking about existing and planned constraints, will be, let's take these materials and boil it down to a little matrix or table that kind of shows what is applicable when, color-coded of what exists now and what is planned. Think about the potential for a couple numerical examples, particularly around the planned constraints. And as we go through those materials, kind of think about their direct relationship to mainly with the notion of uplift redesign. That might be a good summary, kind of corollary discussion on this, introductory or like, I wouldn't say introductory, this is actually pretty complex, more like educational overview of where we're at. We have a couple questions in the chat around the DAME BRQ. I think, we definitely have a venue to address this question. So in this period of time, I'll probably respond to those offline, but we'll definitely address them, Sheng. So thank you for sending them over. I'll if you can send your contact info privately to the panelists too in the chat, that would be great, and then we can kind of address them in a written manner. Okay, so our next topic is state of charge definition and calculation. This is another topic that I view a bit as kind of a foundational topic as we move through the initiative, since while it can be, we can seek to address and resolve it a little bit separate from other topics, and ideally we can address it earlier than other topics because it has a lot of connections and relevant interplay with the issues that we want to holistically think about. So I don't have an awful lot of slides for this section, so ideally I can just go through them and then we'll pause for questions or comments. Okay, so some background. This is often shocking to some people, but I expect that for a lot of you it won't be as surprising. But state of charge is not really a directly observable value. It's not really that we can peek into a storage facility and just look at how much energy is there in the tank. Instead, really, state of charge, even those reported via telemetry, are estimates, are calculations that vary as a function of voltage. So there are really many ways to estimate the state of charge of an asset, and different assets may employ different methods to calculate this value, and that value is what is eventually conveyed to the ISO through telemetry. Now, I do want to underscore that while we recognize that there's different ways to estimate SOC, regardless of the method that is being used, we expect those estimates to reflect a good faith judgment of a unit's capability. Today, the definition of SOC within the tariff can be found in Appendix A, and it's a pretty a brief definition. State of charge is defined as the energy available to CAISO markets from a non-generator resource or storage device. Now, as you can tell, this definition doesn't further define what available might mean. And we've noticed that in some instances, this may lead to operational ambiguity regarding whether the energy, whether all energy that is stored is actually accessible to the market. So it is in this context that we think that this effort should work through this issue so as to make a little bit more robust our definition and our expectations regarding the calculation of SOC, so that those values, those estimates that are conveyed through telemetry are, to the degree possible, the most accurate and comparable as well, regardless of the different methods, since this should be a good faith judgment of what the unit can do. So, as I mentioned in this slide 26, for those following offline, the definition doesn't really further define available, and we want to make sure that there's less ambiguity about all stored energy being accessible to the market. So I'm going to go through a couple of examples of energy that is stored, but that is seemingly inaccessible to the market. The goal of these examples, of this background, is to give you an idea of what are the kinds of inaccessible stored energy that we might want to, further clarify so as to make our state of charge calculations more robust. Okay, so the first example is voltage imbalance. This is an issue that I think a lot of you all that are working directly with storage are familiar with or have heard of, but for some in the call it might be a bit newer. So voltage imbalance occurs when the voltages across cells or strings of cells are no longer balanced. When you see a storage facility that is, let's say, a container, and within the container there's lots of racks of cells and strings of those cells, ideally all of those have their voltage is balanced. They're all at the same level of voltage in that case. Over time, though, due to how resources are operated, also due to just, normal expected impurities and differences between cells, over time, the voltage of cells might no longer be balanced. And that makes it so that the cell with the lowest voltage will limit the discharge capability of a battery. Basically, it won't, the string of cells, or even the whole rack or system, depending on the design, the string of cells might not be able to discharge at the same voltage, and they need to instead discharge at the voltage of the lowest voltage cell. That makes it so that there's some energy there that is still stored in the cells with higher voltages that is essentially inaccessible. And now the opposite also happens in the charging direction. Voltage imbalance can also affect the charging direction with the cell with the highest voltage limiting charging capability. So in that sense, there might still seem that there's headroom in some of the cells with lower voltages, but in reality, that headroom cannot be filled with additional energy that can be withdrawn from the asset because of the voltage imbalance. So this creates an issue of, both what could be called like phantom energy that cannot be accessed, but also phantom headroom that cannot be filled. And that makes it so that the energy stored in the cells that can either not be accessed or fully charged, that is still reported in the total of the telemetered state of charge of the resource, even though it is inaccessible because of the imbalance. Now, as I mentioned before, imbalances, they can occur due to manufacturing impurity, but they can also be mitigated through how assets are operated, how assets are augmented, and how assets are designed. So, just like with any other product, there's definitely like a draw of, is the cell good enough or not as good as others? But it isn't an issue that can be mitigated and addressed in the design phase of some of these projects and through the augmentation choices as well. Don't have an awful lot of detail or an explainer in this deck around how augmentation plays a part in this, but I'm sure that folks here are familiar with it, and if useful, we can add more color as well in this conversation if folks have questions. So that's one instance, voltage imbalance, one kind of instance or factor that contributes to inaccessible energy. Another factor that we've seen is inaccessible energy at low states of charge. So the ISO has identified instances where storage resources are submitting derates that very significantly derate the Pmax of the resource when they're at a low but non-zero state of charge, and they have received an instruction to discharge that is greater than 0 megawatts, right? So generally what we found is that there's kind of two reasons why assets might do this. The first one is nonlinearity, and I think we've discussed nonlinearity pretty in detail in our prior meetings, so that's understood, and I don't think we need to go into detail now. But the other driver is the opportunity cost associated with fully discharging. And this driver actually seems to be the most relevant for the particular example of an asset getting a discharge instruction and at a low but non-zero state of charge and then immediately derating its Pmax. So this is a bigger driver. It's kind of more common in this specific scenario than nonlinearity being the driver. So let's unpack a little bit why resources might do this and the challenges from the ISO's perspective of resources behaving this way. So from the resources perspective, they might see this as a viable outcome because there are significant opportunity costs associated with fully discharging. Resources that fully discharge, they might be generally physically able to do so, but doing so would impose significant costs on the resource because, go into outage, and there will be costs, opportunity costs of that time and bringing the asset back online. Also, these resources, again, they might be physically able to do this, but when discharging near Pmax, as they approach their minimal state of charge, the assets themselves might suffer irreversible damage, meaning that, for example, issues, as we mentioned, voltage imbalance or other issues could be exacerbated by that behavior, by following that instruction. This can also happen in the opposite end of resources charging near their maximum when they're almost full as well, can also create or make the resources suffer irreversible damage as well. So because of this, we've seen more resources kind of fluctuate, not really near the limits, but quite far out the limits, not really near min SOC, max SOC, but with a good buffer on each end. But in particular, that is more, it's more evident in the low SOC realm. And then finally, this basically has led resources to operate as if their minimum stored energy limit is greater than 0, even though the master file indicates that the minimum stored energy limit is 0. So this is another instance of inaccessible energy that is important to underscore. It doesn't just touch upon the state of charge calculation and definition, but it also impacts the expectation of when and how resources might use an outage. And particularly, we want to be pretty clear that it seems like today, based on this behavior, it would seem like today some assets are registering what could be argued as an incorrect master file value. If they're in essence operating as a minimum stored energy limit that is non-zero while the registered value is 0, and the way that they're trying to kind of enforce that value is through the use of outage cards. This is something that, we want to address and eliminate incentives for that arguably inaccurate value to be registered through better definitions, better calculation, guidance, etc. Let's see. It's important to note, as I mentioned, that this implicit higher minimum stored energy can seem to be enforced using these outages. if these resources and their constraints are known and they could be represented through other means, like having a different minimum stored energy limit in master file, that should be considered. And it's important to note that, this doesn't just affect a given resource, of course, right? When these constraints are not accurately communicated, we'll have unfeasible energy schedules, and this could impact, obviously, the resource, but at the end, it impacts the overall solution. So in this context, I wanted to share kind of some of the thoughts from the perspective of the ISO so far around these challenges, and what are some potential changes that we could discuss and think about with this group, in this initiative, so as to minimize the challenges that we're seeing here. Definitely, we want to have further discussion on best practices in the estimation of state of charge for telemetry, in particular around those issues surrounding voltage imbalance. We'd also want to develop here jointly and share clarifications on how the SOC estimate conveyed to the ISO via telemetry should account for energy that is accessible to the market. So probably this might mean, for example, expanding a bit on that SOC definition that I talked about at the beginning, expanding on the definition of what available means within that definition, or using some form of definition that directly relates that availability to the market being able to access the energy and, consider it and assume its availability for withdrawal or injection. And finally, further discussion on whether outages or modifications to master file parameters should be the best way to accurately represent some of these issues regarding minimum stored energy at low states of charge and the opposite in the other end, maximum stored energy at high states of charge. In general, we do want to note that the use of outages to kind of manage value that should be accurate within the master file and that might be, for one reason or another, misrepresented at this time is not something that the ISO sees as the desirable outcome. So that is something that we want to, keep an eye on, and we want to leverage this process so that we can eliminate the incentives for any research to do that. I think this is the last slide in this section, so I will pause here to see if there's any questions or reactions, and I think we have Alba's hand up.
Trying to see whether I can become audible soon enough. Can you hear me yet? I guess it sort of catches up. Okay, good. So I had just two thoughts to raise here in terms of what you brought up, Sergio, and really appreciate your raising this elephant in the room. But one is that it's possible, you use your language very carefully, which I really appreciate. And accessible to the market may not be the same as accessible under emergency conditions. And so it's possible that CAISO might want to know something about limits that it might be able to call on in emergencies that it can't normally access in the market. And you might want to think about whether the master file should, be adjusted to represent those kinds of limits. Because I think batteries have, there's a lot of concern with kind of running them in a kind of a way that maximizes their lifetime. And so putting in into the market energy that is going to reduce the lifetime of the battery is basically a bad thing. And obviously, as you've spoken to this, the batteries who are doing these kinds of things have very good reasons for doing it. Essentially, they're trying to make sure that their batteries don't break down. So at the same time, the operators may want to know that under certain circumstances, in very stressed conditions, they might have access to some more energy, or at least the possibility is there, depending on how the master file is submitted. That was one thought. The other thought I was having on your final slide, in terms of things that we.
I can go back there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what I. Yeah, so that was one thing. The modifications to the master file parameters, potentially just adding master file parameters. And actually, one of the things that I find curious in this is that my understanding and our my understanding in terms of market operations of a battery is that essentially there are two parameters which are freely available to batteries when they bid into the market, which are outside of the realm of what you've spoken to here, which is the upper charge limit and the lower charge limit. And those values are used in the market for the SOC constraints to essentially keep market dispatches within those limits. So all of the economic instructions from the market should be within the upper charge limit and the lower charge limit, which are under the control of batteries without any need to do anything in the outage management system. And then, as we saw earlier, there's the constraints that you've implemented essentially are almost, are intended to make sure that, ahead of the fact, you don't hit those kinds of limits, because the state of charge constraints should keep the resource from ever being in a place where it can't, where it goes below the lower charge limit or the upper charge limit, because because of the ASOC constraints, you've got further buffer, which keeps you from approaching those limits. And maybe I'm misunderstanding the use of those to some extent, but I just wanted to raise that. In some sense, I sort of thought we already had the capability to prevent CAISO from accessing that energy in the market by virtue of how the lower charge limit is set and the upper charge limit.
Thank you for the comments and question, Alva. I think, let me start a little bit at the end first, with your last point. Well, first, I think I take the question too as a opportunity, perhaps, to think about also, as we do our corollary on existing and planned constraints, we might want to add a little bit to bit component / functionality. I think that would be useful. In this context, while that is available, I think what we've identified is that resources might find themselves very close to an area of state of charge that they do not want to cross, and rather than using other existing means of conveying that, they would use an outage to manage this. So that's one of the challenges. The other part of the challenge is, even with the bidding ability, we are still in a case where if the resource uses the outage or faces voltage imbalance, etc., their SOC calculation might be giving us a different picture, right? So I think that is definitely part of the challenge that we're interested in kind of addressing through enhancement or modification to the definition, and an inclusion of some form of language, perhaps in tariff, and then more clearly in the BPM of like what we expect the SOC telemetered value to kind of take into account. That might not be just what's stored there, but what's stored there and what we can rely on as accessible. I think going a little bit back to your first point, I've heard a little bit of differing opinions on whether any or some of the energy at those extremes could be available in exceptional circumstances. I think that's a comment that you've made in our last call too, regarding foldback. And then I think I've heard from Rev that, even in those emergency situations, there's some energy that could be stored that might not be accessible because of this challenge of irreversible damage. So getting more clarity from stakeholders too on if any, some, a share, or none of the energy in those boundaries could be accessible in an exceptional circumstance, like if an ED is issued, that would be very helpful.
Right.
And I think that could be something to consider when we talk about this topic again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see a question in the chat from Viviana Villavicencio Vallejo, and it says, I think that looking for nonlinearity behavior of the energy storage capacity of energy storage resources, especially for batteries, could be a solution, considering the aging behavior of the resources. Yeah, so we generally do agree too that some of this inaccessible energy at the extremes of state of charge is due to the nonlinearity of these resources, the foldback issue. I think and I definitely think that can be addressed, and it's one of the key topics that we want to address kind of in short order through this process. That being said, it's definitely not the sole issue, and that one is probably an issue that, let's say, there has been less guidance or consensus as to how to address and reflect this. The challenge that we're trying to underscore here as well is, there seem to be some strategies to manage this, strategies that we do not believe result in the best outcomes for the resources, for the rest of the market, for folks in the control room. And we want to eliminate those incentives so that we don't have what could be arguably inaccurate, mischaracterized values in the master file. Yeah. But thank you for that, Viviana. Any other questions? I don't see any hands up at this time. So I'm going to give folks like 10 seconds, and if not, we'll go on to the next topic. Kathleen, go ahead.
Thanks, Sergio. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'm just trying to kind of get clarity on the discussion real quick. So quick clarifying question. And maybe my brain is just getting a little twisted between like how I believe minimum continuous energy limit, what that means, versus what I see here in this sub-bullet of significant opportunity costs associated with fully discharging. So is what you're flagging that the minimum continuous energy limit might be 0, as in willing to go down to 0, but only at a specific price point? Or are you also indicating, like, I'm trying to figure out opportunity cost truly based on the value the market's willing to pay, or are you also hearing just like unwillingness to drop below certain minimum SOC levels? Do you see what I'm asking? Is it a physical? Okay, thank you.
I would say both. I would say, and that kind of connects to the conversation that Alba raised, of, hey, there might be some energy that would be available under like exceptional emergency circumstances, which to me sounds like we don't want to do that every day, but we could do it if we're on the verge of an event, right? And this slide is really trying to characterize like why batteries might not want to fully discharge. It could be because like they can do it, but then to go back online, it's going to take them several hours, if not over, a day or two. And then there's a big opportunity because in being like out of it for that time. But it could also be because they're designed in a way that, the reality of lithium-based technologies is that they can suffer irreversible damage by just fully being depleted too. So we've heard kind of both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, I find this, that's super helpful. And I think my reactions or feedbacks are we probably need space that's more conducive to tabletopping this sort of thing because it is complicated, and I could walk you through how I view it, and other market participants could walk through how they view it, but it's probably more of like an in-person or even an informal kind of subgroup to bring back kind of those examples. But I'll hit you with one of them is, there's an opportunity cost, and that is for different kinds of operations, for your assumptions on cycles and your assumptions of your depth of discharge you're willing to provide. Those are inputs. So one thing to think about is on the cost side, those are inputs to CAISO's registration process for the variable operation and maintenance values. I assume folks are appropriately reflecting their willingness to go to certain levels. And if they're not, then maybe their O&M is too low that they're getting registered. But we need to kind of work through these things in more technical detail than you're presenting. But that's one tangible example of that process exists. You are supposed to communicate to CAISO what are your cycles, max cycles, what are your max DOD that you're willing to do in the market, and then your VOM is based on that. So that theoretically should be addressing the cost side, and we need to better understand if there's something not working in that process. Just one example of many, and I hope we can have more of like a tabletop version of this discussion to help break down other elements.
Yeah, and I would add to that, Kathleen, that's useful. I would also note that zooming out a little bit of the technical specificity of what opportunity cost might entail of fully discharging, what we want to avoid really is to have a sense that an asset still has a fifth or a sixth of its energy there, and then the asset is essentially on outage and nothing is accessible, even though the telemetry indicated that there was state of charge, right? So I think a combination of things needs to happen there. We need to have a better definition of state of charge. We need to have a better idea of how that calculation represents energy that is actually not, the asset is not willing to sell under any circumstance because of the technological characteristics of the asset, and ensure that whatever values the asset has registered in the master file is also kind of aligned with that.
The challenge that I'd ask you to work on, so I understand, thank you for articulating that, Sergio. I'm mostly throwing back at you of like, we should kind of think through the processes that exist for communicating this to the CAISO what you're talking about. If there, you know, I believe there's a pretty clear definition for what is a master file, and it's your physical minimum SOC. That's different than what you're also talking about, which would be a market-based parameter instead of a design-based parameter. I'm having flashbacks of other policy efforts where we have stakeholdered that extensively, and it's not just a store, because this is not a storage problem that you're articulating. This design versus market-based parameters is something that's been brought up for years and years and years from multiple technology types. So much so that CAISO did develop a solution for this in master file to allow certain parameters that they found constituted a potential need to differentiate the ED versus market-based availability file that FERC rejected it. So we have an uphill battle in that we have precedent that articulates the master file cannot do that. And so as a part of your effort, I think it's really critical to socialize with this group who may not be as aware of that history. Like, why did FERC reject that flexibility? And I don't think you can argue storage is different than the thermals that were impacted in the same way. It's the same argument, but maybe it's more of a comprehensive revisiting of that. But that is one policy landmine I'm hearing right now, and we got to make sure we pull that in as you're talking about this, because you are talking about design versus market-based availability for storage. Master file parameters that would reflect that, and there's a pretty sticky policy issue with a FERC rejection on that topic.
Yeah, I mean, I think master file parameters and their congruence with what we expect from an SOC calculation, there's many ways to skin that cat. You know, the key thing I think is like that we have congruence on our understanding of what the SOC is conveying, and also that review of the means to convey this today, I think will be useful. So that's something we can take on for when we revisit this topic in our next meeting. Yeah. Okay, I saw a message from John Kitchen, but I also see his hand. So let's go with him, and maybe that's the best way to address his question or comment.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I just typed it in there really quick because I didn't know if you're going to be able to or not. But so anyways, yeah. So
I'm sorry, Jen. Could you identify yourself with the organization you're with for the benefit of everyone on the call? Sorry about that.
I thought I'd put it in there. But yeah, so my name is John Kitchen. I'm with Portland General Electric. So yeah, so my comment around the state of charge and getting to the min or to zero. So we also have concerns with that, right? So like, it's not a matter of necessarily of that the batteries cannot get to zero, but there are limitations in terms of how long we can stay at zero. There's parasitic loads on the batteries. So if we allow the market to go to zero and they stay there for like, you know, and again, it depends on the designs, the manufacturer, the warranties and different things. If we stay there, for example, one of the batteries we have, if we stay there for more than say 10 to 12 hours, we will void the warranties of the batteries. So that is of concern to us. It's not a matter that we can't get to zero, but it's a matter that we can't stay at zero for an extended period of time. So I think that, you know, that's something to take into consideration that we're trying to balance. Another thing that, you know, somebody else mentioned as well is there's degradation issues to the battery. So in addition to maintaining the batteries at a high state of charge, you also experience increased degradation if you stay at low state of charge values, because basically you have the cells at a low level. So we're kind of, you know, we're talking to engineers. And again, for the folks that are on the call, we're kind of new to the battery space. We just got batteries late last year, so we're learning a lot. But you know, we're talking to engineers and stuff, and we're trying to find a balance. And you know, we're kind of being told that we we probably don't actually want to go to the very bottom to like 0% state of charge and want to have a buffer there for the longevity of the batteries. But really quick, those are just a couple of my thoughts I thought I would share.
Thank you very much for that, John. I think that is consistent with some of kind of conversation we've heard. I mean, that's part of the goal of this slide 29 of being like, hey, we understand that there are reasons why you might not want to go there. If that is the case, that you might not want to go there. Well, first of all, is that the case for everyone? Are different designs allowing of just what Alva was underscoring of maybe some people would be willing to go there in an emergency condition as opposed to other resources, no? So I think that's one point. The second point too is like, we understand this might be a challenge. We understand why folks might not want to go to that region. How do we convey that? How do we represent that in our state of charge calculation, right? And I think kind of what I'm hearing too is that there's a variety of factors that feed into it, from physical, technological characteristics to warranty or contractual circumstances. So, unpacking those a bit more and going through the options as to how to represent that, whether via our definitions, via existing or new master file parameters, or greater guidance on best practices to the SOC estimate. I think that's the goal. So I appreciate your perspective, John, and good to hear that it's not so dissimilar from what we've been hearing. Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or hand at this point.
We do have questions in the chat, Sergio, if you want to take a look.
Okay, yeah, let me see.
And then
so
one question was, yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Sergio.
Viviana's we've already addressed, the one about nonlinearity. Then there's a question about, I just noticed that the revised timeline has a working group on Monday, March 31st. That is Cesar Chavez Day, a California state holiday. Okay, that's something definitely we can review. Thank you for that, Kyle. And then the other comment was from John, which I think he just shared verbally. Yeah.
Yes,
And
that's
the
all I
prior
have.
ones were from Sheng. Yeah, the prior ones were for Sheng. And please, Sheng, if you want to kind of share with us your contact, I can reply to those in a written manner since they're about the VRS, and that can be a little bit of a rabbit hole. A little bit dry and a little bit of a rabbit hole. So we can address that in a written way. Okay. So I'm not seeing other hands. We were planning to have a little break between this section and the section around implied bit spreads that Dinesh will present. So perhaps it would be good to kind of take that break now, come back, let's say 10:55, if that's okay, and we get started. Is that a good plan? Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes,
then,
we do.
yeah,
We do have a.
Mhm.
We do have a break slide available. Let me see if
Yeah, I was gonna move there.
Awesome.
Oh,
Okay, let's use yours then.
it was not between these two. So let me go to the other break slide, and then I'll. Well, while I get there, something that I wanted to note is the next section we'll talk about the implied. It says lunch break, but well, it's not a lunch break. It'll just be 10:55. The next section we'll talk about that Dinesh will take us through came from a question. I believe it was from Vistra last meeting of providing more detail of when and how the ISO's optimization kind of uses the implied bid spread between the charge and discharge bids. So, we're trying to be responsive to this kind of questions to, ensure we all have a common understanding. So we'll cover that and provide some perspectives and some ongoing work, and then we'll tackle the afternoon issues. Okay, well, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay, then. So this section will go over the use of implied bid spreads, specifically in the real-time market and in relation to multi-interval optimization. So as Sergio had mentioned, we had received some requests from stakeholders on clarity on what implied bid spreads are and how they're used within the market optimization. So in this section, we'll go through an overview followed by an example of how the implied bid spread is used in the real-time market MIO. Based on your feedback, we also think it'll be valuable to develop a knowledge article on this topic, either embedded in the topic group 3 issue paper or published independently on the initiative website. So what is the multi-interval optimization, the MIO for short? So the MIO positions resources for more optimal future dispatch. With storage resources, the MIO charges and discharges according to conditions in the next 65 minutes, ensuring the resource's limited SOC is used most effectively. Examples include charging or discharging for future energy award, avoiding minimum or maximum SOC constraints, adjusting for forecasted supply and demand, or rebalancing post an exceptional dispatch. In certain circumstances, the MIO may uneconomically dispatch resources in the current binding interval to optimize future advisory intervals. So we will now go through an algebraic explanation of the implied bid spread logic. After, we will apply this logic to an example. So, okay, first off, defining terms, we're assuming that the SOC is 0 for simplicity here. The same logic applies across SOC values. It's just easier to work from a SOC of 0 for the purpose of the logic. The charging bid and discharging bid are terms provided by stakeholders to the ISO. Locational marginal price, LMP1, is the actual marginal price, and LMP2 is the projected future marginal price. The optimization will charge the storage asset in the first interval and discharge it at the second interval only if the cost of charging now is less than or equal to the revenue of discharging in the future. In other words, if the discharging bid minus the charging bid is less than or equal to the future LMP minus the current LMP. The discharging bid minus the charging bid is what we call that implied bid spread. Importantly, as long as the implied bid spread is less than the LMP difference, the MIO will charge the resource because the value of the energy in the future is high enough to compensate the resource for its charging now, even if the cost of charging in the current interval exceeds the charging bid. Okay. Our example will explore this, this specific scenario coming up. So looking at the example scenario, the resource is energy limited with SOC of 25%, 5 megawatt hours. Its bid to discharge is $100 per megawatt, and its bid to charge is $50 per megawatt. So the implied bid spread is 100 minus 50, or $50. The LMP in the current interval, the binding interval, is $120 per megawatt. The MIO look-ahead indicates that prices will remain at $120 for the next 5 advisory intervals, but then jump to $750 for the next 7 advisory intervals. So looking at this example, the MIO determines that uneconomic dispatch in the binding interval to capture future prices would be optimal. This chart here shows what happens without the MIO, and from the market's perspective, the resource is not optimized for future dispatch. From the resource's perspective, this also means that future profits may be missed in order to dispatch economically now. So looking at the red boxes show the this lack of dispatch and non-optimization. So by dispatching in the binding interval now, you're seeing that the resource does not have enough state of charge to dispatch in that 12th advisory interval, and as such is missing out on the $750 LMP price in that 12th advisory interval, instead to take advantage of the $120 LMP price now. And notice that in the profit boxes too, right? So, you know, it's a small profit now, and there's no profit in that 12th advisory interval because there's no dispatch in that interval. So moving forward, the MIO optimizes this. Moving forward, right? The MIO determines uneconomic dispatch in the binding interval to capture future prices would be optimal, right? So you're seeing that the resource is dispatched in the binding interval to charge rather than to discharge in order to capture these future prices, LMP prices. And with that, the profit boxes, you're seeing that difference, right? You lose money in the binding interval in order to make more money in the future interval. However, if future prices differ from this MIO prediction, the LMP spread may be less than the implied cost spread. Here, forecasted prices of $750 in the advisory interval failed to materialize, and instead, you can see that the LMP is $150. So this materialized LMP spread ends up being lower than the implied cost spread, and the optimization fails to meet the implied bid spread provided by the resource. In summary, market optimization uses the implied bid spread to use energy in the most valuable intervals and minimize the cost of dispatch. Its use may result in seemingly uneconomic dispatch in the binding interval in order to preempt future advisory intervals. These dispatches are covered under bid cost recovery, which are make-whole payments to ensure bid costs are met. The ISO will continue to document examples of the use of the implied bid spread, especially in the context of MIO and bid cost recovery, BCR, for a future knowledge article or addition to the topic group 3 issue paper. Okay, so any questions or comments at this time on this topic?
We do have a question from Chris Devon. Let's go ahead and unmute Chris and make sure to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, hi there. This is Chris Devon from TerraGen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Dinesh. I appreciate the MIO discussion here and overview, and just wanted to provide a couple points of thoughts of feedback. I think we heard a lot about this issue come up in prior discussions, and it was, one of the key items that was, driving some potential for new designs, going way back to the, the state of charge-based bidding stuff that we had talked about previously as well. But I think the acknowledgement about the implied spread bidding and how that works is very helpful here. And I think the combination between both of those things, was one of the drivers for potential BCR outcomes that we had talked about in the prior more recent efforts as well. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think TerraGen does understand and support the idea of MIO in general. I think we've seen some negative consequences of the implied spread bidding being used in that process, and uneconomic outcomes because of the dynamic of the advisory pricing versus the binding pricing intervals, not always materializing what those advisory prices have shown and influenced the actual binding outcomes on our resources at times. So while the general example here that's being presented does, I think, hold in most cases, there are some situations where the MIO does result in uneconomic outcomes. The CAISO doesn't provide the advisory interval pricing data transparently, so we can't always reconstruct what's happened, trying to understand the situation. So I just want to highlight that fact and note that one of the reasons we had these positions in the prior BCR discussions was to note, that these outcomes are essentially out of our control. And in our view, it's not very fair to say simply because we had set bids into the market that these uneconomic outcomes are the fault or the responsibility of the SC or the resource owner, which is why we think that we should still be eligible for BCR in certain situations, particularly in these cases. So I just wanted to lay that background out there for future discussions on this as we all think forward towards look forward and think about what might happen here with these BCR discussions. And obviously there's some other major changes that could happen with the model and other things that may obviate the BCR discussions in some ways. But I think just as a starting point, our position is that there are some good reasons why we should be eligible for BCR under certain situations. So I just wanted to mention that here while I had the opportunity after that good background that you provided. Thanks, Dinesh.
Thank you for your feedback, Chris.
We have
Okay, if we could
Kathleen.
move-
Go ahead.
Yeah, great, thanks. And thanks to CAISO for starting this. I'll say starting because I want to keep pushing and kind of give an example of, this is great, Dinesh. I'm going to give an example of where I hope you continue to talk about and some additional education. I love the idea of the knowledge article. Thanks for saying that. I think these are great examples that I want to share with you the confusion that I have heard in the context of I have said this is not how the market functions. However, because I hear these different theories about market ops, I wanted to have this education and knowledge setting, right? So how one theory I have heard is if you take your example back on page 38, let's go slide 38. You kind of have reasonable prices in here, as in the discharge bid itself is economic, the charge bid itself is economic based on that particular advisory price. I'm just going to summarize what you've done. If that's okay, and if I mischaracterized, please clarify. But that's a great initial example because I would say that's how the market is intended to function based on my understanding of its operation. Now, if you change this example and make the discharge bid, let's say $950, and the charge bid $900, it still has a $50 spread. The LMPs you're showing have a greater than $50 spread, even though the price is actually below that discharge bid price. What I have heard as a theory is that the market ignores the actual price point, takes the $50, looks at the LMP. So if you go back to your calculations, if you look at your calculations that you showed, this theory is sort of supported by the calc. Your example's different. So if you go back to your calc that you showed with the charge bid, maybe go back a couple slides. Yeah. Perfect. So
Okay.
this or statement, I have heard this, and I'm hoping to either debunk it or get Kaisa to clarify in what situation this is true, because it may be an edge case. If it's true, so let's just benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's some edge case that we're not aware of. And I say we, like me as a policy, regulatory, market design person, not a technical market engineer, right? Maybe there's something that our market engineering SMEs would come in and say, "Oh, this is a very interesting little situation in which this fun little quirk happens." And I wonder if that's the space within where this theory lives, or this theory is wrong and we should debunk it. But what I have heard is that you take that 950 minus 900, that's $50. That's what you have here, DB minus CB, $50 is less than or equal to 750 minus 120, which is technically true from a math perspective. But that is not my understanding of how CAISO solves. And I'm hoping to get that theory checked, was my hope in asking for this.
And can I chime in really quickly here, Kathleen, just to make sure I get your question?
Sure.
So,
Yeah, please.
so you're saying, let's assume, let's just look at the second line that starts with the bid to discharge, no?
Yep.
So you're saying the bid to discharge is, let's say, $50.
Yeah.
And the bid to charge is $1. So then the difference there is 49. No, we can agree with that. And then if the LMP in a future interval is $950.
No,
and
no,
the LMP,
that's not what I.
Okay, well,
No,
can you clarify
yeah.
your scenario that you're asking clarity about? Thank you.
In your scenario, yeah, of course, thank you. In your scenario that you just gave, let's use that. You said $50 discharge bid and a $1 charge bid. Is that what you said?
Yeah, just to put numbers here. Yeah.
Sure. No, that's fine. That's to make this scenario, you now have to make the individual discharge uneconomic. So if I was willing to sell at 50 and LMPs come in at 40, technically that's below my willingness to sell, right? So give the LMP 40. If I was willing to, sure, if I was willing to charge up to $1, and so let's just take the 40, and then to make this 49 is less than or equal to 50, so let's make fixed charge bid -10, just for funsies, and make it a $50 spread. To do the scenario that I think we need to talk through, and I don't know if these are the right numbers. I didn't put together an example for you, but what you put together was an example that says, make the discharge bid economic, make the charge bid economic, and then show how the implied spread relates to the LMP spread. But that's a function of the economics of the individual bid and of the individual bids, versus there's a theory that even if the bid looks uneconomic, the market will still solve to dispatch it because it's looking at a spread, not price points. And that's the theory that I think is so important to test and make sure we're all on the same page about whether or not the market is doing that or not. I don't think it is. But I see Sam, if Sam wants to clarify, that would be amazing.
Catherine. So
Can I add something just before you chime in, Fan? Because I'm still a little bit unclear on the question, because if I look at this example, here, the decision in the binding interval is uneconomic, right? The charge bid
Ignore that. Ignore that for now.
LMP.
Ignore that for, you're trying to make it, yeah, I get your example was about what other people have raised around MIO, advisory versus binding. What I think the education, which is to me a different issue, put it in a different parking lot. So I'm trying to provide clarity that the example is you have to make, to test whether or not the market can actually do this, you have to make that discharge bid or charge bid uneconomic, but you have to show an example where theoretically that implied spread is less than or equal to the LMP spread. And if the market would dispatch it still uneconomically, then it's using spreads. If the market respects the discharge bid, it's using the discharge bid price. And I have heard confusion on this, and that's why I'm like really want us to get crisp on it. Does that make more sense to you now, Sergio? What I'm saying, this is a theory about how the market works, and you have to look at it as the bid prices themselves don't matter. The spread is what the market is using. And so I can make the discharge bid $950, the charge bid $900. That's a $50 spread. Those LMPs, though, wouldn't support that discharge. And so that's why I'm giving that example.
Okay, I understand your question. Thank you for that. Fan, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, of course. No.
Yeah, it's okay. So, Catherine, it's a good example, and then you raised. So it took me a few minutes to think about it, and then that's what I'm thinking right now. So in order to the bid spread come into the picture, you have to hit SOC boundary. So SOC is limited, then the spread will come into the picture. So for your example, if we are waiting to be charged at 900 and discharged at 950, then the discharge part will never come into the picture. And then if the LMP is still same as this example, then it will keep charging because you are willing to pay 900. Then your SOC will never hit the zero. It just keep going up to the max.
So in that example, Fan, I heard you. Thank you so much. I hear that as the spread isn't what's supported so much as that the charge bid is economic. So if one side is economic, you would expect kind of that operation to continue in that direction.
Correct. If the SOC,
that makes sense.
Allows
it.
If SOC allows it, then it's just like a regular resource, and the charging bid, discharging bid will behave like any other resource, will be dispatched economically. Yeah. So actually, if you look at this example, the example we are seeing right now, and the SOC didn't hit a zero. So actually, the solution here is not optimal. Actually, you can gain the more profit by discharging more, and bring the SOC to zero.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would love to see a few more iterations of these scenarios. Just that was very valuable, and that this discussion is super valuable. And I can see us doing a few more iterations of these scenarios and making them more extreme, just to get a better level set. I'll be super transparent. The reason I think it's important for the team to understand is because we're going to talk about mitigation and we're going to talk about BCR. And when we talk about those things, it's going to be important for us to know if we're trying to, if the market is predominantly using the bids, or if there's an edge case like SOC binding, we need to think through that in relative. So when you said that, I had a light bulb, which is very helpful for me, because I'm thinking about this in context of those other discussions and whether or not we need to kind of tweak the way we're thinking about it. Because if there's instances that it's a spread and not the price, then it doesn't make sense to be made whole to the bid, right? It might make sense to be made whole to the spread. We just have to tease out these scenarios, and then that'll help us with our design. Thanks so much, guys. This was great.
Sure, you can come up with other example and send to us.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Then we'll open up in the next meeting.
Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Share it. Okay, so I'm not seeing any more questions. Brenda, is there anyone on any other line, phone line or what have you, with that you can see if there's any questions there?
I don't see any other questions in queue, but if those who are joining us a little later, we do have that raise hand icon located above your participant window. And so if those can want to ask a question, please click on that. Thank you. And I do see Alva just raise his hand.
Hello, can you hear me?
A little faintly, so if you can do whatever you did last time to make it a little bit louder, that would be great.
Let's just keep talking. Wow, I'm even echoing. Can you hear me now?
At the end, at the end, we could hear you a little bit better.
Okay, I'm just waiting until you can understand my words. So tell me when you can understand.
This is great.
Okay, so
thank you.
Actually, this is Fan's response to Kathleen really nailed things down for me in terms of how to address this issue of spreads with people here. I think it's probably other companies as well have discussed the idea of a spread bid as being an alternative to a charge bid and a discharge bid. And I think the key, I just wanted to double check that even in the day ahead market, the key issue is going to be whether you are forced by a state of charge constraint to do something. But if you have a spread bid and you don't have to make use of both sides of the spread bid in order to be feasible, then the spread does not need to be taken into account. That's what I heard Fan saying, that the pure economics of the bid, as long as there's no state of charge constraint that has to be hit in the market, it does not need to take account of the spread in order to come up with what might be the optimal use of the battery. And that really clarifies for me why, in essence, you cannot have a market model that is based solely on a spread bid, which has been a long time illusory prospect, I think, that has been brought up around batteries. So I thought Fan's response to Kathleen was very, very important to clarify things going forward.
Thank you, Alva. Agreed. That was my understanding from what Fan had to say as well, and it was definitely very helpful to the discussion. Fan, was that a correct characterization of what you had said?
Yes, yes. And thank you, Alva, to bring that up, to link those two together.
Great, thank you. This really helps me. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, let's give it another minute to see if there's any lingering questions, or actually if there's any, I guess let's move it actually to open discussion. So any questions or comments about this morning, anything at all that are on people's minds that we didn't address earlier, or if it was something that required a little bit of thought, now would be a good time to share, to share your thoughts. If not, we'll move to lunch break. I'll give this 2 minutes just to see if there's anyone who would like to discuss. Okay, we have a comment in the chat from Mike Katsuhano. I think you can have a pure spread bid, but you would have to store the price at which energy was purchased to charge. There would be some simplifications required, of course, but something like that is feasible. Okay. Store the price at which. Right. So So this is in relation to Alva's comments and the prior discussion. Thanks for your feedback here, Mike. This is something that we will take into consideration going forward. Mike is from GDS Associates for CISA. Thanks for the feedback. This is something, especially as we continue discussions related to both the implied bid spread, but also looking into broader discussions about where DCR may be feasible or not for storage resources. These are comments that we're going to take forward and take into consideration as a group. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's
have
move
a
into
question.
Oh.
Sam, please make sure to introduce yourself. Uh-oh. So Tegan, oh, there you go. Okay.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Sam Howell from NextEra. I just had maybe one or two quick questions on MIO. One, I could use a brief reminder on why binding SOC constraints are necessary in order for it to kick in for batteries. And I guess by extension, I was wondering, does that mean this can't happen to, say, a gas plant or someone that is usually not fuel limited? There's not an equivalent of a binding SOC or fuel constraint? Thanks.
So related to your first question on why it's necessary to have a binding constraint for the MIO is actually going back to slide 38, right? Let's say if, looking in the future, if there was not, as you can see in the first column here, right, the SOC, right, goes all the way to 0, right? If there was, another advisory interval, right, or let's say that if there was, let's say, 4.6 megawatt hours in the SOC instead of 5.0, right? Actually, even in this example, right, if you can't go negative in your SOC, right? So from a battery standpoint, there's no reason, like, you need to have a binding constraint in place to prevent SOC from going negative because there's no energy in the battery, right? Otherwise, you're not fully optimizing. You're not optimizing correctly because you can't optimize to the point of a negative battery, negative state of charge. Did that answer your question? Was that your question there?
Yeah, perhaps. I guess I was just trying to understand why, let's say, the battery's at 50% and its bids to discharge in the next hour or so aren't economic for whatever reason. But CAISO, with its bird's eye view of the system, sees a real-time price spike coming and, might want to position that battery to charge a little extra now in the binding interval so that it can discharge and flip that SOC a few intervals later. It seemed to me that all else equal, that would still, be better for the battery, even if it's sitting at 50% state of charge. And I wasn't necessarily sure why it needed to be either about to run out of juice or about to run out of headroom in order to reap that benefit, but might just be missing something.
I think that's a fair point, and I think that is I think the reason why is because if you have plenty of state of charge, if you're not energy limited in this case, right, you don't actually need to dispatch to charge if you've got enough energy to take you through the entire price, like the high prices, right? So, for example, when you said the 50%, right? So if this battery had 50%, 10 megawatts in there, right? There's no reason for the battery to charge now to dispatch later because in the MIO's forecast, right, the battery already has enough resource to take advantage of the $750 prices, right? There's no reason to, it will, irrespective of whether or not the battery charges in the binding interval, it will still have enough state of charge to provide in the later intervals when the price is higher. So that's where that binding constraint is important. Sergio, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add kind of a different way of wording that or thinking about it. So the optimization is trying to use stored energy in the interval in the period where it's the most valuable, right? This is a scarce resource, so we want to use it where it's the most valuable. The proxy for that would be the expected LMP of that interval. If your battery had infinite state of charge, first of all, it wouldn't be a battery, you know, it would be more so like a conventional asset. So if you have infinite state of charge, you're not limited by your fuel, then the way that we determine when the most valuable period is by looking at your bid and your and the LMP. So in this context, this example, if they had infinite state of charge, we wouldn't need to make a decision of potentially charging in the binding interval because we would have enough state of charge to sell in the last advisory interval, right? We would not be hitting a constraint. Now, it is when we hit a constraint that you might run out of fuel, of juice, of state of charge. It is when we hit that we need to think about, well, should the decision now then impact whether the asset is able to provide energy when it's the most valuable. Here, it is more valuable to provide energy in the last advisory interval than in the binding interval because the LMP is higher. And in addition, the difference between the LMP now and the LMP in that interval that is in question whether it can provide energy or not, that difference is greater than the difference between the charging and discharge spread. So that's why this calculation is only material when you're going to hit a constraint of state of charge. Because then the optimization needs to weigh in when is it most valuable and is it still meeting the implied bid spread between charge and discharge. So hopefully that helps, Sam.
That's very helpful. Thank you both.
Okay, great. And didn't want to lose sight of your second question. Do you mind repeating it again?
Oh, I think you've answered it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sam. Moving on to Alva.
Again, I have to wait and see when you can hear me. Can you hear me yet?
We can hear you this time.
Yep.
So I thought, just in counterpoint to Sergio, that what was critical was the point that Fan raised looking at the next slide. So here's our solution, just stepping through time. Now, but what Fan was bringing up, which I think was something I really had not thought about before, is actually the lowest cost solution here is not to charge in that first interval. It's just simply to not operate in that first interval and discharge for the other 12 intervals or whatever it is. So because of the fact that the LMP is 120, you're effectively paying 120 to charge when the apparent cost of charging is supposed to be 50 or below. And so actually the optimal solution here is 0. This is what I heard Fan saying, and this is what makes sense to me, is that actually the optimal solution is 0 in the first interval, and then yes, you charge in the final interval. But it's not to use the spread effectively. The spread only gets used in those rare instances where you're actually hitting a state of charge constraint. And there's no, in this particular example, that's not actually happening. I don't think you're at the maximum, but the whole point of this is that you're actually, I don't even think you're at the maximum because you say you can go to 5.4. So if you're not hitting a state of charge constraint, the arbitrage should not be taken into account. That's what I think is the really interesting thing about what Van was saying. And maybe I misheard what he said, but I thought that was a really interesting angle on this.
You are right, Alva. So for this example, if the first interval you stay at 0, your profit will be $8.3 higher.
That's right.
That's why this is not the optimal solution.
And so to go to Mike Castellano's suggestion, I think in order for you to have a spread bid that's meaningful, you have to impose a constraint. Like you have to say, for some optimization, whether it's between the beginning and the end, you have to be at exactly the same level. Then you can essentially force an arbitrage type solution. But if you don't have a constraint on state of charge at the beginning and end of the optimization, in general, you're not going to see an overall system cost minimizing unit commitment using an arbitrage. It's just not going to see that as the lowest cost way to use the resource.
Agree,
Yeah.
but we are thinking about that, and then we can only, if we want to do that, we can only do it in day ahead, like a beginning of day, end of day, but we can't do it in real time.
Yeah, and then the question would be, do people really want to have their batteries constrained in that way? And maybe some do. I mean, that is the way that people do, the pricing of sort of battery style products. You have 4 hours of charging, 4 hours of discharge, or whatever. That's the stylized representation of batteries. But I think Fan has raised a very interesting overall point here, which is that isn't necessarily, in the context of unit commitment, it is not necessarily something that should be taken account of. So I think, again, I just think this is a really interesting point to be raising here.
Thank you, Alva, and agreed on the example front too. I understand what the clarification was and agree that optimal should be dispatch of 0 in this circumstance. I believe next was Michael, and then we'll go back to Sam.
Dinesh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. This is Michael Volpe with CES. I appreciate the background. I think this is really helpful. Biggest problem I have with this is the instance where the $750 doesn't materialize, and like market participants are trying to understand like what could have been the reason. Since the advisory prices aren't published, is there any other way of kind of the market participants knowing that MIO was the cause of a certain dispatch decision or award?
So I don't know the answer to your question. Okay. Fan, you want to go ahead and take this one?
Yeah. At this point, the number one reason the advisory interval LMP couldn't be realized because of VER. The wind and solar, because we are optimizing it based on whatever the forecast at this moment, and 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, and that change. And there are other factors, but at this point, VER is number one.
So number one, like how often do the LMPs kind of spike in real time on a given day? Like, what's the frequency?
Okay. For the LMP, the price changing in the advisory interval, that's very often. But in terms of spike, it really depends on the season. Like in the summertime evening, that's very often. Right? But at this point, you even get the negative price, so your VER get curtailed. It just depends.
Okay, so it's very often like every hour of a given day, or like once a day?
In the summertime, in the evening peak, I would say every hour, but in the midnight, early morning, then probably no, not so much.
Yeah, I think in general it'd be helpful to have kind of just some breadcrumbs as far as like what the frequency of these advisory prices. If advisory prices can be published, at least like kind of a the frequency of how often they spike in real time would be helpful. Just a thought.
Sure.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can discuss internally, see if we want to do a study on that one based on historical data.
Agreed, Fan. Thank you very much for bringing this up, Michael. We'll look into it in the future.
Thanks.
Okay, so Sam, did you have another follow-up or not at this point?
No, I thought Sam has the question at the end. There's a question is say, okay, MIO is there even before we have a battery. And then for other resource, they don't have a SOC limitation why we need the MIO. Right? So the reason is because of RAM rate. And then if you are ramping constraint and then you see the high price in the future, then you need to ramp now. So that's it.
Okay, great. All right, moving on to Nolan Jones.
Hi there, Nolan Jones with Portland General Electric. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. This has been really helpful and informative for us. We currently aren't bidding the batteries that we have. As John alluded to earlier, we're pretty new to the battery world. I think some of the questions we have would be in the planning hour, if we are utilizing the end of hour state of charge constraint as a biddable parameter, how would the MIO, how would that tool be used for the MIO, right? If it's a 20 megawatt hour resource, 4 hours, and we're currently with a state of charge of 10 for the current hour, and we have some deviation like this as we go in with the current hour, but we have planned on having a state of charge of only 5 at the end of the hour to go into the planning hour. I just think it would be an opportunity to expand on some examples, right? If I'm base scheduling and bidding for the next hour right now, and there's deviation for the current hour with pricing in the way the MIO solves, what impacts may occur for future hours?
So I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but just to try to rephrase it, was the question that if there's deviations due to the MIO going into the next bidding hour, what can you as a scheduling coordinator therefore bid? Or like how do you account for those deviations that may occur in the prior intervals? Is that what the question was?
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks for cleaning that up.
Okay. Sergio, do you have any thoughts on this or Fan?
Yes. So good question. So whenever you have a end of hour SOC submitted, and then it could become binding. And whenever it's binding, then the bid spread will come into the picture. So if we just take a look at this example, we say the solution here is not optimal. But if we put the end of the interval 12, say it has to be at the point A SOC, then it is optimal solution.
I guess then just to follow up on that, I think the question was also more from the standpoint about how to about actually like how do operators actually how do you put in the bids if you don't know what the end result is going to be from that hour due to something related to MIO. Do you have any thoughts on that front too about whether there's ability to in terms of how should the market participant respond here?
No, I didn't spend much time on say how to bid.
Yeah,
I just analyze based on the bid submitted.
Sure. I think like from a timing perspective, it would be beneficial for us if there was a walkthrough as an example, right? We are walking into hour ending 13 right now. We are just closed bidding for hour ending 14. we are assuming that the market will optimize hour ending 13 the way that we are planning. What's the market's input for the hour ending 14 schedule if there is deviation that occurs in the MIO for hour ending 13?
Awesome. Thank you, Nolan. I think this is something we're going to have to take back and think about a little bit more.
Yeah, sure thing.
We'll be in contact. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so moving on next to Stephen.
Yeah, hi, this is Steve Keene from Edison. I'm sorry if you've already answered this, and you may have, but in the first row where you're calculating the profits is minus, it's a negative 8.3. Why are you calculating the profit for basically charging off the discharge bid? Shouldn't that be calculated as a $70 per megawatt loss? So you get something like more like, I don't know, like negative 29.
Agree, you are right.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Appreciate it. Okay. With that, let's move into the lunch break. So thank you very much for the excellent discussion and for your feedback on this initiative so far. We'll see you back here at 1 p.m. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brenda Marquez on behalf of Stakeholder Affairs Group. We will be resuming our storage design and modeling working group. I'm here waiting for a few minutes to make sure our presenters are lining up to be ready, and then also checking on a few items. So now we'll, Dinesh, just to do a verbal check.
Can you hear me?
On your end? Yes.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. So I guess we can get started whenever you're ready and you have presentation rights.
Okay, great. Can you see this moving right now?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Thank you, Brenda. Okay, welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Hope you had a good hour. So diving into distribution level resources. Distribution level resources are resources that are interconnected via the distribution system rather than directly through the bulk transmission system. So these resources must follow both the ISO's tariff and the DSO, the distribution system operator's wholesale distribution open access tariff. You'll see this abbreviated as WDAT or WDT, depending on your DSO. We're going to be using WDAT for this presentation. Note that these resources are not demand response, nor are they behind the meter resources. They are supply side and participate under the non-generator resource NGR pathway with the ISO. So looking at the charging constraints for distribution level resources, the WDAT may include limitations on resources to minimize congestion in system stress conditions or loss of load in the DSO's territory. Due to these limitations, storage assets may be unavailable to charge in certain hours or discharge per ISO dispatch. In the ISO systems, these limitations do not have an explicit flag, which can present problems, especially when in cases of exceptional dispatch. So as of last year, these limitations, the charging limitations, are instead conveyed to the ISO via outage cards in the OMS, outage management system. Outage cards can be challenging for properly expressing dynamic limits, in addition to generally being an administrative burden for regular practice. Therefore, the ISO is considering identifying these resources in a master file flag. This flag will also benefit our operators, who will have better insight to limitations distribution level resources may face on dispatch instructions. Okay, so I think that is the framing that we're going to provide for today. Now is a good time for questions or comments. And if there are not any at this time, we can also return to this topic during open discussion later in the day. I'm going to give it till 1:05 just to give people a little bit of time.
Yes, and if I may chime in here for a moment while we see if there's any questions or comments. This is an area where, we think that we could be able to reach some form of consensus and move a bit faster to resolution compared to other topics. Really, I think the key goals that we want to achieve when discussing this topic are having a common understanding and a good education on how to convey this to the ISO via outages, and also have some collaborative discussion on if and how the use of dynamic constraints can be conveyed with outages, or if there's other means to do so. What we've heard is that some of these dynamic constraints act in a manner similar to like a governor signal that are updated very, very frequently. So it would be good to hear from stakeholders if that rings true to their experience, and to work collectively to think of a form of reflecting that accurately. The final thing would be to consider the development of a flag or master file field that would allow the ISO to quickly identify whether a resource is a W that resource. This mainly would be to provide operational clarity to the ISO rather than any other purpose, since we will still have the regular means of conveying the charging constraints and other constraints that might apply to the asset. We know today not an awful lot of resources fall under this circumstance, but that is subject to evolve, and that's why we want to address it publicly, work with you all, and make sure we get a clear kind of guidance and resolution. But it's not as thorny or complex as other items, so probably we'll try and move on this a bit faster. Let's see. Well, thank you for that, Dinesh. I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sergio. And just to add on to that as well, these are the types of topics that we're looking to, we've heard it's an issue from a couple of stakeholders, and it's something that we want to get in front of and get resolved as soon as possible. So, if you also have discussions or thoughts in the comments, if you could provide those in the written comments, that would be great as well. Just so we have that record of having that discussion and making sure that we take all the feedback that we can take as we take this issue and move it forward quickly. Okay. Well, hope to see some thoughts in the written comments on this. Moving on to the next topic. So we'll now be going into an overview of DEB's default energy bids for hybrid resources. So first, a quick background on default energy bids. Generally, the idea here is to frame discussions for a potential hybrid DEB and to make sure that we're all on the same page about what the current landscape is while we're looking to create something new here. So DEBs are intended to reflect a resource's marginal cost to bid and also serve as a proxy for competitive conduct under market power mitigation. For storage purposes, the DEB is only used in the incremental discharging direction. There is no market power mitigation on the decremental charging direction. With the exception of the LMP DEB methodology, DEBs do not vary by peak or off-peak period. The DEB mirrors a resource's bid when market power mitigation is in effect. Therefore, a DEB is a monotonically increasing staircase function consisting of a maximum of 10 economic bid segments or 10 rate flow pairs and an end megawatt value. DEBs are unique to each resource ID and unique to the respective day-ahead and real-time markets. The ISO already offers a few different types of DEB methodologies: variable cost, hybrid, storage, LMP, and negotiated. Each segment of the DEB is associated with the methodology that has been used to determine the segment. So starting off with the variable cost methodology. This is generally used by thermal resources, particularly gas, but is open to all resources. This methodology takes into account heat rate and fuel costs. For example, for gas, fuel costs are based on observations of aggregate gas price data. Non-gas resources register a fuel equivalent cost with the ISO. The hydro DEB compares a gas floor with short-term opportunity costs and long-term opportunity costs, specifically for hydro-registered resources only. Whereas the storage DEB compares the cost of charge, including round-trip efficiency, and the market opportunity cost, which is estimated by looking at the nth highest hour for the resource with n hour discharge duration. For example, a 4-hour resource will look at the 4th highest LMP hour to estimate the market opportunity cost. The LMP methodology looks at the weighted average of the lowest quarter of validated LMPs at a given node. In areas with high concentrations of renewable resources, often the LMP methodology provides a close to zero DEB because of renewables' effective lack of marginal bid costs. Finally, the negotiated DEB is an option for resources that believe their bid costs are not adequately reflected under other methodologies. Here, the scheduling coordinator would submit a proposed DEB along with supporting information and documentation to the ISO. The ISO accepts or moves the proposal to negotiations. If unresolved after 60 days, the scheduling coordinator can file a proposed DEB with FERC. While waiting for FERC to review, the SC can elect to use another option or have the ISO establish a temporary DEB. So for reference and reminder, here is the storage DEB. The storage DEB takes the larger of the cost of the energy and the price-based opportunity cost. So this cost of energy, this first half of the max, the max inside of the max, it incorporates the round-trip efficiency and the respective energy charging or energy discharging duration, right? And then that next term, the zero, ensures that the storage DEB has a minimum of zero value. Finally, the variable storage operations, which accounts for costs like cycling and degradation, are added so that you've got the full cost or the full marginal cost for the storage resource. this is then compared to that opportunity cost. That's what that price-based opportunity cost term is. And then all of this is multiplied, whatever the max is, it's multiplied by the DEB multiplier, which adds a bit of wiggle room for miscellaneous actual costs that are not covered by the other terms. So that DEB multiplier is also consistent with other DEB methodologies that the ISO has. Sergio, do you have anything to add on the storage DEB at this time?
I would just say that in our prior meeting in January, we also covered kind of the storage DEB a little bit in more detail when talking about potential improvements to the storage DEB. So if you folks in your organization have any additional questions or want a bit more detail, I'd recommend checking out those materials. The other thing I would add is that, we're kind of looking at all of these options, included this review because it's valuable to kind of understand what exists out there today and think about how and if this could be leveraged in the context of hybrid resources that are effectively, like a combination of different technologies, different assets. So the goal here really is to really frame the conversation as to what's the universe of devs out there today and how they could be leveraged moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Sergio. Let's take Callie's question now, and then we'll jump into discussion about and context about hybrid resources. Callie, you want to go ahead?
Hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Real quick, and I apologize if you already covered this, I was a little bit late jumping on here, but looking at this slide, are you guys, this is specific to the discharging portion, right? If I remember, there's some slight nuance that distinguishes the DEB applied to the charging portion versus the discharge. So it's not necessarily a flat line. Yeah. And is that the variable storage operations cost? Is that only in the discharging piece of it?
Yes, that is the difference. That row variable. I would say that importantly, since this is a max function, the inclusion of that row, the variable storage operations cost, might actually not mean any difference between the charging and the discharging portions of the DEB. Quite often, we actually see that they're the same value, but that is the potential source of any difference is that inclusion of the variable storage operations cost.
Okay, thank you for jogging my memory on that one. So if the opportunity cost is the higher of these two components, you're going to have one value for the DEB across the entire charging to discharging range. If Correct. It's not, and it's this other component, the variable storage operations cost is only on the discharging portion, so you will have a slight step and almost a two-segment DEB, one for the charging side and one for discharging.
Yeah,
do I have that right?
That basically, yes. And that can happen. That's further detailed too in our last materials, but also in the market instruments BPM. We have a good example of that. But that's exactly the difference. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Callie. Okay. Okay, good. Not seeing any comments or questions. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So currently, hybrid resources do not have a DEB. Defining that hybrid DEB will allow inclusion of hybrid resources into local market power mitigation and also bidding up to the soft offer cap. The ISO believes the hybrid DEB should be congruent with the hybrid resource's underlying technologies and also whether or not the hybrid resource has the ability to withdraw energy from the grid. So moving on to stakeholder perspectives on this topic. And these stakeholder perspectives come from initiative comments that we've seen. So thank you very much for providing those. And do note that in the future, these written comments we definitely take them seriously. So TerraGen strongly recommends expansion of the intended scope of hybrid resource issues beyond simply the hybrid resource DEB. TerraGen adds that other design elements that TerraGen has identified specific to hybrids, particularly the dynamic limit concept, should be discussed in coordination with any effort to develop a hybrid resource DEB formulation or applying local market power mitigation for hybrid resources. Later this afternoon, TerraGen has kindly agreed to present on their viewpoint, and we look forward to that conversation. The California ISO's Department of Market Monitoring believes hybrid resource DEB development should be a high priority for the ISO. DMM commented one potential approach is to use the maximum of the DEBs that would apply to each of the generation components that make up the hybrid resource. So for example, if you got a solar component and a storage component, right, you use the maximum of the DEBs that you'd otherwise may consider for the independent solar and the storage, and you say, here's the one DEB for that resource, right? They described it as a simple approach, and they also said that while this type of approach may overestimate the marginal costs of hybrid resources in some hours, the simplified approach that is easy to implement would be preferable to a continued total lack of mitigation of hybrid resources, which is the current situation. Finally, prior to hybrid resource DEB implementation, the ISO should complete refinements to the enhanced storage DEB to more accurately consider charging intraday opportunity costs. Okay, so opening this up to discussion, any comments, questions about both the hybrid DEB in general and also any of the stakeholder perspectives that have been shared so far?
I'm not seeing any hands right now. I thought I could add something rather quickly. If we can go back to the prior slide, I'd say that something that, well, two things. We will hear more from our stakeholder community later today on terms of presentations for additional topics that have to do with hybrids. We, are not thinking about this is the sole topic for hybrids or even the one that we expect to resolve the fastest if there are other hybrid issues. So I want to note that if other hybrid issues have an interplay with this and there would be a benefit from discussing them holistically or in a staggered manner, we're very open to that. What we're trying to represent here is kind of what we've heard so far. I think this perspective from DMM is quite interesting because it definitely ties our efforts to develop a hybrid DEB as well with our efforts to enhance the storage DEB, right? Since the majority of hybrids out there are essentially a VER plus a storage component, this approach of having the maximum of the DEBs that would apply to each of the components would effectively mean like looking at the storage DEB versus the LMP-based DEB, and usually the storage DEB would be the one that you'd be looking at under this framework. So I think it does a good effort at finding a solution that is doable and that aligns with the other goals of the initiative. But we definitely welcome other perspectives too. So I'll pass it back to you, Ganesh. Thank you.
Dinesh, you're on mute. I know. Do you see Alva?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Cecilia. Okay, Alva, go ahead. Go for it.
Visual testing to see whether you can hear me. Can you hear me? Not quite, huh? Okay, I'll keep talking and it should get better, right? Can you hear me yet?
Yeah, it's getting better. It's actually getting better. So go for it.
So just two points. I'm looking forward to hearing Chris Devon's perspective on this DEB, but it does look like the hybrid DEB as proposed by DMM would almost always look exactly like a storage DEB, because very rarely is there a DEB on the paired resource that's higher than the storage DEB. The other question I had, and somebody can remind me if this analysis has been done, but I'm really curious as to, over time, how well has the opportunity cost component actually approximated the real value that was marginal in the fourth highest hour on batteries. We've in the day ahead, they're using the previous day, and in real time, they're using the day ahead as surrogates for a forecast of the fourth highest hour. And it obviously can be quite important to the revenues that are realized by the resource, that those be relatively close to actually representing the opportunity cost. And maybe if Guillermo could do an analysis of that at some point, it would be good to know whether this DEB even approximates that.
Albert, thank you for that feedback. I am not aware of any analysis of that sort at this time, and that's something that we can definitely take back to the team and look upon further, if we can either provide some sort of analysis or provide some sort of proxy analysis that would help answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm not seeing any more questions or comments at this time. So let's move this into stakeholder presentations or stakeholder presentation. Brenda, would you be able to pull up those slides for Chris? Chris, are you ready to go? Okay, I'm going to take that hands up as a yes.
Yes, so we'll be promoting Chris Devon, and he will be sharing his slides. So Ahmed, if you can provide presentation rights for Chris. And then Chris, we can do a quick audio check. I think you're on double muted.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me share my screen. And let me know if you guys can see it.
We can see it, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So again, thank you to Kaiso for the opportunity to present here some of our thoughts. We have had some ongoing discussions offline and a lot of different engagement with Kaiso over the years on hybrids. And just as a little bit of background, Paragen is the largest operator of hybrid resources within the Kaiso markets. I think we're up to somewhere near close to 2,000 megawatts behind all of the hybrids right now. So this is a growing part of the fleet of the storage and some other types of resources. And I think has some significant impacts on the overall operations on the grid and the market. So we wanted to try to provide our perspective on a few other areas where we'd like to see some of this scope expanded to touch on some other areas that haven't been talked about in a while, going back to kind of the original hybrid resources initiative back in 2020 timeframe. So with that, I'll get into it. And I don't think I can see hands raised, so I'll try to stop for questions. But Brenda or Sergio or Dinesh, jump in and just stop me if anybody else has something, for a question or input as well. So, and again, thanks for the opportunity to present once again. So let me keep going here. First slide, a little bit of background on these resources. There are two different types of paired resources within the CAISO's market model. There are hybrid and co-located, and I just want to level set the difference here just for folks. Hopefully everyone's aware of this, but if not, a little bit of background. The co-located resource type is their multiple resource IDs behind a single POI or point of interconnection, where each of the resources modeled separately and submits bids to the CAISO independently, where the CAISO is modeling and optimizing those resources separately based on their individual bids, and their for the storage, the SOC is used. For the VERS, the variable energy resource forecast is used, and then there can be other types like thermal combinations where there's a gas plant or something at a same POI as other types of resources like storage, and then those things are all modeled as appropriate and operated separately. There's also a concept called aggregate capability constraint that was developed to ensure that the overall amount of output from all the resources was constrained to whatever their POI limits were that were established through their generator interconnection agreements. I won't be talking about co-located or the ACC issues today, but perhaps that's another good topic to touch on later. And TerraGen being primarily operating hybrids, we wanted to focus our efforts here today on the hybrids, and in particular, as it relates to this, discussion of trying to develop a mitigation and default energy bid approach for hybrids. We felt that we needed to provide some of this context on some of these other issues that are should be up for consideration as well during these discussions. So the difference between the co-located and the hybrid is that the hybrid resources have a single resource ID, where you have multiple, more than one mixed fuel type components or technologies behind a single point of interconnection. So the most common flavor is storage plus solar. That's the primary type of resource that TerraGen owns and operates in a hybrid configuration. We did have a wind and storage hybrid that we had attempted to operate as a hybrid single resource ID, but then it was subsequently changed to a co-located configuration later. And that was, I think, more of a due to the fact of the sizing of the resources as opposed to the technologies in particular. But nonetheless, the solar and storage combo seems to work well for the maximizing the efficiencies of the interconnection and being able to shift energy from the solar hours to later in the day and provide that reliability value is really one of the key benefits of the hybrid concept. The other thing is that we find that hybrids are necessary to try to effectuate grid charging restrictions, and we've talked about this in the past. But just as a little bit of background, there was the investment tax credit, federal incentives that had required grid charging restrictions. And one of the best ways to avoid grid charging is to hybridize your unit. There's also some local county level jurisdiction solar property tax exemption reasons that also may require grid charging restrictions or hybridized configurations behind single resource IDs. So some of those reasons are drivers that TerraGen has found to bring us to configure our resources as hybrids. So a little bit of background there, a little bit more background on exactly how the hybrids are operated within the CAISO market. They are modeled as a single resource ID. The SC, the scheduling coordinator, submits a single bid curve that includes any of the internal optimization decisions. So you're charging, you're discharging, and management of the expected variable energy resource capabilities, and everything that you're going to be able to offer to the market in the day ahead time frame. And then in the market, the SOC of the battery components are not modeled and not optimized by the CAISO. It's left to the scheduling coordinator to operate those resources based on the market awards and underlying component generation capability from the solar output. to ensure that the SOC is managed appropriately to be able to meet those market awards. So essentially, the key here is that hybrids are expected to always be able to respond to a CAISO dispatch instruction as a dispatchable resource. So they're no longer considered an eligible intermittent resource, or no longer a variable energy resource type treatment where there's some variable output capability that is not unexpected. So basically, CAISO operations and compliance expects that CAISO will, or that the SC will operate the resource to meet those dispatch instructions in those DOTs that are sent by the CAISO. So with that, basically, this whole second bullet here kind of just expands a little bit on that. So I'm going to keep moving forward. The dynamic limits concept is important here, and this ties into some of these discussions on the DEB that we wanted to highlight. So more background on that is CAISO had developed this concept back in the initial hybrid resource initiative. It's intended to inform the CAISO market and operators regarding any changes to the hybrid output capability due to things like if the VER has some, the solar has some variability in its output capability, decisions regarding storage charging, on-site charging, and then any SOC management or grid charging restriction issues. So basically, all those sort of things should be able to be used, or at least in the initial discussions were intended to be reasons that you could use the dynamic limit to try to inform the CAISO of different outcomes that would happen on a real-time horizon basis. So it really is only in the real-time market. It's not in the day-ahead time frame. Hybrids are always going to be awarded and dispatched based on their bids in the day-ahead market, and you're supposed to reflect your capabilities through your bidding accordingly. But then the dynamic limit concept comes in real time, and essentially allows a change to the upper and lower economic limits of the hybrid resource between when the bids are submitted at T-75 and then into the RTD 5-minute time frame. So basically up to 10 minutes in advance is the last time you can update those, and really intended to try to mitigate any kind of unreliable or infeasible dispatch instructions or market awards that we wouldn't be able to deliver. And I think the flexibility is intended to try to mitigate that difference in granularity between the T-75 bidding deadline and then the fact that a lot of things can happen with the variable output of the solar component of these resources, or the VER component, and the need to discharge some of the state of charge of the battery components to try to ensure that the resource can continue to meet those market awards and dispatch targets effectively throughout that period between T-75 and all the way up to the real time. So that's a little bit of the background here. What else? Oh yeah, they can be submitted up to 6 hours in advance on a rolling 6-hour basis, and then updated all the way up until 10 minutes before the associated RTD interval. And then lastly, these dynamic limits right now are not intended to be used for any kind of equipment failures or other traditional type of outages that need to be notified through the OMS. So that's a little bit of background on, dynamic limits. I think kind of tees us up here. Before I get into the hybrid DEB and dynamic limit interaction stuff, let me just stop there and see if there's any questions on the background.
Thank you, Chris. I don't see any questions in queue, but if anyone has a question, please raise your hand and provide your company name as well. But I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so getting into the default energy bid concept and the dynamic limits interactions, I think the prior discussion has teed this up already pretty well. And just to recap again, the prior Order 831 bid cap changes and the discussions in that initiative kind of teed up the need to develop a default energy bid should hybrids want to try to bid above 1,000 if that order 831 soft offer cap trigger increases. So I think, when we had those discussions previously, we also recommended, as noted by CAISO, that this needs to be discussed in coordination with the dynamic limit concept. And before we just apply mitigation to the hybrids, I think we want to ensure that the proposal is going to, not be too onerous to affect the operations of these hybrid resources, and also allows us to have some additional flexibility to use the dynamic limit tool as I think it was originally intended, and kind of has evolved over time. So we'd like a little bit of a chance to discuss that, publicly, and have some feedback from CAISO, and see if operations and others can weigh in on this sort of thing, because I think we're a little bit concerned about applying mitigation to the hybrids, and what outcomes that might entail in general. So I think just to tee this up a little bit more in depth, we think that because there's two different fuel types, it does require a more complicated DEB formulation. Just looking at the DMM concept of using the greater of it, we do agree it appears it would just apply the storage DEB in most cases, being higher than the LNP DEB that would apply more to the VER components. We want to try to ensure that a DEB proposal would actually consider the fact that we are managing the SOC of these hybrid batteries outside of the CAISO's market. And so we have to make decisions as to how to ensure that we will be available to meet future market awards. I think we view the day-ahead market as doing a good job of optimizing resources, and storage resources, independent storage resources, standalones, and then the hybrids based off of the bids. When we get into this discussion, the DEB formulation is really a big, function of the prices that are paid to charge the units, right, that we were talking about in the last presentation. So I think we're, wanting to take a look at the idea of what is the appropriate level to be applying this, and should it just be applied to maybe the storage component of the hybrid, if we're going to go with the approach that was suggested, or have a little bit more discussion around that, because I think there's different configurations of hybrids with different size components, where there may be much more solar than storage, or close to equal size solar and storage components. So does the ratio of the size between those things matter? And then also, how do we ensure that we're managing grid charging restrictions appropriately? For hybrids, you can have a Pmax set to 0 to kind of ensure that you won't be dispatched to grid charge. That's not a requirement. You could have some grid charging capability, or a mix. And so I think we want to understand how this mitigation might impact us on the charging side of the resource, and the discharging side, and any potential interactions with some of these other outside of the market considerations, like the ITC or property tax exemption drivers for having grid charging restrictions. And then lastly, because you have different marginal or variable costs from these different resources, we're a little bit concerned that this would allow for a fair application. And we see these costs that can vary over all the days, hours, even sub-hourly, depending on the type of component that is truly going to be used to deliver that energy. And given the flexibility that's provided to the SCs to choose what component is actually providing that energy, it seems to us to be very onerous to apply mitigation at this point, even given some of the reasons why others have suggested it's necessary. So that kind of brings me to my conclusion here, which is on this slide, which is to say, if CAISO intends to develop this hybrid DEB methodology, then SCs really need to have the ability to use dynamic limits, and it should be unequivocally allowed for SOC management purposes. So in other words, if we are mitigated and then need to hold back some output of the resource or discharge the resource into the market, for energy management purposes for the batteries, that should be allowed, to utilize the dynamic limits to do so, in our opinion. So we would seek some, clarification on that from the CAISO through maybe the tariff and BPMs. And I'll go through a little bit about kind of where that has come from and where it's evolved into on my next slide. And then I'll stop and take some questions on all this. So just as a little bit more background here on exactly why I bring up this idea of management of SOC, this slide goes over some of the tariff and BPM language that applies to hybrids in the use of dynamic limits. So we do think that the appropriate use case or application of dynamic limits needs to be discussed more in this open stakeholder initiative. So the current tariff, section 30.5.6.2, does indicate there's quite a bit, a large section in there, but the part I want to highlight here is that the part here that says you can manage on-site charging of an energy storage component of a hybrid resource with your bids. And the scheduling coordinators may also use hybrid dynamic limits to do the management of on-site charging. So, that's one thing. Does that mean management of SOC in general? That part was not really included within the CAISO tariff language when the initiative was finalized back in 2020. But then you get into the BPM language, and the BPM for market ops has this section 2.1.21.1 that previously did have some discussion of the term SOC management. It was updated back in 2024, I believe. And now this section here says that, has these 4 reasons why scheduling coordinators may submit a hybrid dynamic limit to reflect these different scenarios: ambient unavailability, unavailability of the renewable generation due to lack of fuel resource, unavailability due to state of charge, or to reflect on-site charging. There's also the section in that same part of the BPM that says that resource operators need to manage the SOC of any storage component through typical price and megawatt bid submissions, which essentially seems to undo our capability to use the dynamic limit for full SOC management. But I think we want to point out here our concern with how things have evolved, where CAISO has done some of these things through PRRs and hasn't had a full stakeholder initiative discussion about it, because we view that prior terminology that is explicitly referenced SOC management issues now has been kind of removed from the BPM, and we think that reflecting on-site charging and managing on-site charging, these terms are actual functions or actions that are related to SOC management. So it's a bit muddled at this point about what is the correct use of dynamic limits, and if we really can truly manage our SOC using dynamic limits or not. And now this has become even more important now that we get into this situation where we don't have a ability to bid above $1,000 if there is a triggering event under Order 831 rules, and we have the soft offer cap move up to 2,000. So in our prior discussions with CAISO staff, we've reflected our concerns here, and the idea is to develop a default energy bid. I think that we're worried that this may result in some unintended consequences, and we want to have the explicit ability to use dynamic limits to ensure that we're not facing too many uneconomic consequences here for our hybrids. So that's kind of our high-level position on the DEBs and use of dynamic limits nutshell, that was a lot. Let me pause there, see if there's any questions or discussion on any of this.
We do have Alva. Let's go ahead and unmute Alva.
Hey, Alva, cannot hear you yet.
Hold on. Can you hear me yet? Should
yes.
Okay.
Now it's getting better. There you go.
Okay, great. I'm grateful for you to present this material, Chris. I have a couple of questions where I wanted you to expand a little further on what you stated. The first, just right here, could you provide some use cases other than the reflection of on-site charging for what sort of SOC management you would want to be covered? And is there any kind of SOC management you would see that shouldn't be done through the dynamic limit tool?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the easiest example is the kind of day ahead market to real time market dynamic, where we've received the day ahead market award under order 831 bid cap increase. So let's say the prices have gone quite high, and we've seen the day ahead market award for a subsequent hour, and then we get into real time and prices spike early and we start getting depleted. That's the issue that we flagged as a concern last time when we were talking about this in the price formation enhancements initiative. So I think in that case, reflecting on-site charging or managing on-site charging, it may be the case that the battery is full at that point, and we're waiting for the right appropriate time to discharge that battery. Should we be able to use a dynamic limit to delay our discharge or to manage our SOC in the sense of stopping our battery from discharging until it's going to be needed more for reliability later? We feel that we have the operational experience and forecasting capabilities to know when that is going to be the case, and should be able to unwind the inappropriate early discharge of our batteries in that kind of a scenario. So that's the easiest one to point to.
Okay. So I had two thoughts. One was sort of for and one against. One was that, if you had the same DEB as other batteries do. I mean, I really didn't quite buy your argument about the DEB should be different from a sort of standard battery. I think that usually would give you enough protection, and in this kind of case, you'd have the potentially $1,000 or $2,000 value to be able to attempt to protect yourself against the losing your day ahead awards, which is an issue, but it's one that's also felt by other batteries. So that's one side of it, kind of like an argument against. But on the other hand,
can I respond to that real quick though, Alvin?
Well, let me give you the other side,
sure.
so I can, because I also think there's a strong reason pro, which is that batteries have this ability to set their end of hour state of charge and effectively control where their state of charge is going to be in any hour, much more than a hybrid does. And so if you think of it as equivalent to that, then in that case, I would see it as totally legitimate to say use the dynamic limit tool to control the state of charge in the same way.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. I agree with that part of it as well, and I didn't include that here, but I do agree with that. And I think one of the other things I wanted to note too is that because of this grid charging restriction concept, right? If we are depleted earlier than other resources that are similarly situated, let's say they have the same DEB as a standalone, right? That standalone battery is going to be able to charge from the grid. So as we've seen in some instances where they were discharged early, then they come back into the market, charge again at 8 p.m. and then discharge at 9, 10 o'clock again, right? We've seen that happen. So our resources cannot do that. If we're depleted and the sun goes down, then we're shot, right? And we can't get back into the market to help later when we would have otherwise. So I think that's just another argument as to why we should have this a little bit more explicit ability to manage our SOC through the dynamic limits. Now, the actual DEB formulation piece of it and what's appropriate there, I think we want to talk through that more, and we don't have a firm position on it. So I appreciate your insights on that for sure. And we want to help make sure that it gets to the right space, however it's ultimately designed. But I think we're coming from a place of starting at, let's give us some of this flexibility that's inherent, like in the end of hour state of charge tool for standalones, but do it through the dynamic limits and make it a little bit more explicit so that we're covered in the case of any type of concerns about using it incorrectly. And of course, there always is the opportunity for people to use things inappropriately. This would potentially open that up, right? I mean, I want to be fully transparent here. Like, we're not trying to use this to chase prices. We're not trying to use this to exercise market power or withhold our resources inappropriately. And I think that CAISO has all the tools necessary, including the SOC telemetry, the high sustainable limit, to be able
to look after the fact,
to see that and say, you guys weren't doing that appropriately, or something like that. If there was a question about the validity, the use of the dynamic limit tool.
Right. Yeah. No, I think I'm in agreement with you that's you're at least as subject to needing to manage your state of charge over the course of the day in real time as standalone batteries are, and they have been explicitly given this by FERC the ability to set an end of hour state of charge limit. So in my mind, this is very consistent with that. So on that point, I think I agree with you. I don't really see on the importance, maybe even in that context, the importance of the DEB, but I think that having a DEB that's equivalent to another battery is quite sufficient to protect you in general. And I'd like you to present a use case at some point which would show that you're actually being hurt by not being able to bid higher than the battery would normally be able to bid.
Yeah, no, I totally appreciate the suggestion. And as we go through the initiative, I think that's definitely something we can, try to provide some insights on if we don't agree. So thanks for the comments, Alvin.
Thank you, Chris.
Brenda, was there
Did you
anything
have
else?
Sergio? Yeah, Sergio? Or Dinesh?
Yes, thank you. I think I had a similar question to the end of Alva's point as to what would be a potentially necessary difference from the storage cell that's currently defined that might be necessary for a hybrid asset. And I have a part of an answer but I'm very interested in hearing your perspective, Chris. So I think something that Dinesh mentioned in the introductory slides to the topic before was that we think that this needs to be consistent with any DEB that applies to a hybrid resource would need to be consistent with the underlying components of the resource, but also of the ability of the asset to charge from the grid or not. And I think that there's a potential difference there that perhaps we can think about how it interplays with the storage set and think about how it could be tweaked or refined for its application to a hybrid that might not be able to charge from the grid. But I was wondering if you could expand a bit on your thoughts on that piece, on if the grid charging feeds into the DEB, and on whether you had some kind of specific concerns around why perhaps approximating the DEB with the DEBs applying to the underlying components might be undesirable or a limited solution. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio. All very good questions, and I think we are only beginning to formulate our opinion on some of this. We wanted to kind of see what CAISO's initial initial proposal was, our initial thinking here. And, it seems that DMM has one suggestion as an option. That seems to be like the leading, only suggestion at this point. I think just in general, TerraGen would prefer that, we aren't exposed to the mitigation because we have to manage the SOC and we have to manage these resources to their dispatch operating targets. And in doing that, we already are leaving some of the capabilities on the table and trying to operate them more conservatively. So because CAISO's market is not managing the SOC of the battery component, we have to make ongoing adjustments to these decisions of and we have the grid charging restrictions on all of our hybrids as well. So I think that is an important key issue here. Trying to make sure that we don't overly deplete them too soon, that we don't fill them up too soon and leave economics on the table. And then also the idea of if there's variability, if there's a big cloud, it could be a really sunny day and a lot of our resources are out in desert areas and get quite good irradiance, but there could be a giant cloud that comes over for 10 minutes and then you have a major excursion from what our capabilities are for 5, 10, 20 minutes, an hour, depending on the situation. And then we need to come back in and, try to fill that in with our batteries, especially depending on the actual, pricing outcomes that could be happening at the moment, across the system and then, locationally. So I think, we don't get the benefit of the multi-interval optimization outcomes that we had talked about earlier, and we are subjected to some of these more onerous rules around trying to meet a DOT like a traditional dispatchable resource when really we're not always in that exact same situation with that capability to do that. So there's a lot of reasons why we're just putting out here this focus on the dynamic limits to be able to explicitly manage the SOC. Then I don't think we really have as huge of a concern about the actual formulation of the DEBs and perhaps this idea of the using the greater of the component and that often being the storage DEB when it's the pricing reflects that is most likely going to be okay with us, obviously reserving some more discussion internally before we take any formal position on it. But I would imagine that the combination of these tools being in place would give us enough comfort that we wouldn't be as concerned with the DEB formulation or being mitigated or exposed to the potential outcomes from mitigation. Does that help, Sergio? Hopefully that is responsive. I don't know if it's specific to the exact issue, but just give you a sense of all the things that we're kind of managing, a little bit of the differences between us operating the hybrids versus like a standalone storage unit.
Yeah, it definitely helps in the point of clarity on how to use the dynamic limit and understanding the concern of how mitigation can amplify the concerns related to state of charge management for a hybrid resource. I think something that we'll look forward to work together on would be if and how looking at the storage data potentially as a starting point, we need to further think about the implications of the asset not being able to charge from the grid if that is the case, so that then we have kind of like a ready flavor for if you want to or not want to charge from the grid. But I really appreciate your engagement and your presentation, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the good questions. Okay, let's keep moving forward, and I'll check again for a couple other chances for questions here, but I'm getting closer to finalizing our slides here. Moving forward, we wanted to kind of try to link a couple other issues that we think should be in scope. maybe not as directly related to the DEB topic, but as far as just other, hybrid related issues that we'd like to see discussed. And these are going to be around a lot related to the OMS and outages, and then how things have been implemented with the CAISO's AS rules and systems for hybrid resources. So when we had the prior discussions, there was only a real brief section within the proposals that just said, hybrids can provide ancillary services. And, TerraGen does provide regulation, and has certified for spinning reserves for our hybrids, some of our hybrids, some are not. But in general, we do participate pretty robustly in the regulation market. So we have had some experience with how this works. Over the years, things have evolved. So after the CAISO implemented the dynamic limit concept, it became clear that there was no linkage to the CAISO's AGC, or automated generator control system, which is what our generation control system, which is what is the system that dispatches units on regulation with that 4-second target that goes out very quickly to move the resources around to provide that that reliability service. So I think that maybe that was an oversight, maybe that was intentional. I'm not sure, but it wasn't raised during the BRS concept as it was being implemented. So we are where we are now, and it doesn't do that. So we have to submit outages through OMS to actually signal our availability if there is some type of issue with our solar output capability, or the limit to our SOC. If we start to fill the battery or deplete the battery too much, then we get into a situation where maybe we can't provide the service under the rules, for 30 minutes straight. Then we need to put in outages, right? So we've noted an issue here that there's a lag time, and I think CAISO is aware of this in general, that there's a lag time between submission of outages and then how they flow through into the market. But for this purposes, it's even, I think, a little bit more concerning for us, because we'd like to be able to use dynamic limits to do this on a more close to real-time basis. Since there's this lag time, it could take about 45 minutes or so for any of these outages to get reflected in subsequent market awards and dispatch instructions. And so I think, in that sense, the CAISO market is going to have to replace the units capability and or the operators, and then we have to potentially call the operations desk and say, hey, we can't do this, and we're putting an outage card, but it's not reflected yet. So we would just request that CAISO investigate if we could somehow get the dynamic limits to be included in AGC in the future. Maybe that's an enhancement that could be allowed, because it seems to us it would provide a better capability for hybrids to provide that reliability service in a higher quality, more reliable way. And it doesn't happen often, but because of this situation, we have to be overly conservative again in how we offer and use the resources. And sometimes we have to curtail solar output that maybe we shouldn't, or we have to use other dynamic limits earlier or later, different outcomes that we would maybe not always choose to do in an optimal sense, to try to be more conservative, so that way we don't run into a situation where we can't provide it. Because once we put in one of these outages, there's some other provisions within the CAISO's operating procedures that then requires the unit to be blocked from providing AS. It could happen for up to 24 hours. And so then we're kind of out of the market until we can ensure that we're back, with enough state of charge to provide that for the 30-minute required period. So we get into all this, complexity and a bit of, onerous outcomes that can be applied if we aren't extra conservative here. So that would just be one thing we think, could be done, or at least we'd like to see if CAISO can investigate the feasibility of it. Is it even possible to put those into the AGC? Can it flow through the CAISO systems from cyber into the AGC logic somehow? And then we don't have to necessarily use these OMS outage cards that take a long time and can result in some of these, negative consequences for us financially and the reliability on the system. So I think that's it. I guess the bottom issue here I just want to highlight too is that because of the AS procurement being performed in the FMM 15-minute market, it's 45 minutes in advance. It also causes some of this. So again, depending on when the outage happens, if it's kind of like in the early part of the hour, that could really cause some downstream effects that require some replacement through other realms, other avenues, as opposed to just the CAISO market filling those needs if we can't provide it. So the idea of using the dynamic limit to manage that seems like it would be a better approach, but we've been told by CAISO do not use that since it doesn't get reflected through the AGC. So that's one item we wanted to highlight as well that we'd like CAISO to take a look at. And then just to keep building on the outage cards thing, I'll go through this quickly. Basically, we think that, putting in outages on the components of the hybrid may be needed. So there's a couple of reasons that we want to highlight for that. CAISO, we're requesting CAISO consider or explore the ability and impact of updating OMS so that you could use sub-resource ID component level outages or D-rate submissions. So specifically for the solar component, specifically for the storage component, and you may see a need to have an additional type of fields within OMS, to how much will this impact the overall capability? Does it derate, what can come to the POI, or is it, some situations where there's a hybrid could have many more megawatts of installed capacity than it's true PMAX, and so how do we reflect those sort of things should be discussed potentially. But a couple of the drivers behind why we're suggesting this. First off, for how the CAISO's VER forecast is implemented for hybrids. So right now, our understanding is that the VER component outages or derates don't flow through into the CAISO's forecast to be used in the market for hybrids. So we don't actually see how some of these potential outages or derates can actually impact things like the RUC procurement target. So I think that we'd like to make sure that is the case. If CAISO could, take a look at that and confirm or let us know if we're mistaken. But basically, we think that could have some negative impact on our ability to forecast the RUC procurement levels and then resulting pricing in the energy market, which leads us to operate the hybrids inefficiently, and then again leads us to be more conservative in our bidding and SOC management approaches when we're not as able to reflect the expected forecast pricing in our bids in advance. So the more transparent information we have, the better. And we think that this impact, if we were able to provide a solar specific outage or derate, and then have that flow through at least into the CAISO's VER forecasts, and then hopefully in through to the way it's used for RUC would be a potential benefit. And then the other one to highlight is that we're talking a lot about these resource adequacy concepts around unforced capacity counting or accreditation, or UCAP accreditation based approaches that within the CPUC and CAISO. you know, we've talked a lot about how it would be applied to storage, and CISA and other parties, including us, have been advocating for the appropriate approach to do a UCAP for storage resources. But we wanted to specifically highlight that this issue could be of a big concern to us, being a large hybrid operator, because we need to have additional information about those component level outages to do a fair application of a resource specific UCAP concept. You know, to put it simply, if we have an outage on a hybrid that, you know, is because of solar, you know, that maybe shouldn't be treated similarly to an outage on the storage component. And if you know, variable energy resources are not going to be exposed to the impacts of that type of accounting approach, because they have an exceedance methodology that kind of inherently reflects those outages in their resource level data, then we would, you know, be a bit concerned with applying it on a kind of, you know, individual resource level that incorporates those underlying components. And I think we want to try to just raise this as another reason why sub resource ID level outage information could be useful, you know, looking forward to some of the coming developments there. So those are the main couple other items we wanted to highlight. I guess before I move into the last slide, I'll just say one other thing about hybrids in general that I think is worth noting is that, you know, sometimes we have this ability to operate, you know, our resources more like a dispatchable resource as we get into some of this really high variable output levels, and the battery gets to be, you know, fully charged. We have less of an ability to do that at times, and so we were hoping to also raise, I didn't put it in the slides here, but just the idea of, you know, maybe there should be some more discussion around the ability for real-time flexibility for hybrids to operate as capable or operate more like a VER unit at times when it's, you know, primarily the solar output coming to the grid. And, you know, if we could demonstrate that our battery is fully charged, and, you know, the dynamic limits can't reflect something within the, you know, sub 10-minute time frame, and in between, you know, RTD dispatch operating targets being sent every 5 minutes, we could get a lot of variability in the solar output, where right now we're losing some of that to curtailment that we have to, you know, try to ensure we bid conservatively, and then maybe we can't operate as capable on certain periods where, you know, it would be nice to have a little bit more flexibility under certain scenarios that you know, perhaps we could operate more like a VER unit. And right now, I think, you know, any divergence from following your DOT is viewed as, you know, unacceptable by CAISO. So I think we just would like to have a little bit more discussion around that concept, and perhaps this is the right venue as one of the items to do that as well. So I just wanted to put a plug in for that. And then lastly, you know, just to wrap up my slides here, these are just some of the things, kind of just a recap of the clarifications and considerations about how, you know, dynamic limits could be applied that we think need to be discussed or provide some feedback from CAISO, hopefully at some point in the future. So again, you know, clarifying the appropriate use of outage cards through OMS versus using dynamic limits for real-time participation, considering how to use dynamic limits for both energy and AS availability. So potentially updating the current approach for AS in the AGC implementation, particularly for regulation. Then we get into clarifying the appropriate use of dynamic limits for management at SOC. So this goes back to tie into the DEBs and mitigation discussion. And then, you know, similarly, you know, could we provide some tariff or BPM clarifications that would give us better guidance or assurance that we would be able to use the dynamic limits to manage the SOCs and do that in an appropriate manner. So we'd like to just talk more through that. And lastly, I did want to highlight too the broader discussion that has been brought up before but using dynamic limits for just standalone storage in general as a solution to allow SCs to better manage their SOC. Maybe that is something that we could talk a little bit more about in the future through this initiative. I think it's been raised by others. Some have said it's, a great idea. Others have said maybe it's like not the primary way that we should be doing things, but it could be an interim solution to some of the issues like the constraints that aren't currently modeled in the market. So we just wanted to also take this opportunity to highlight that as well. So with that, I think I'll pause, see if there's any questions, and wrap up our presentation.
Thank you, Chris. We do have Dinesh lined up to go first. I'll take his question.
Thanks, Brenda, and thanks, Chris. Just to be clear with you, Chris, this is the last major content piece for the day, so we've got plenty of time to jump into further discussions, and I really appreciate your comments so far in your presentation here. Thank you. So jumping back to the slide about hybrid DEBs and dynamic limits, I just had a bit more of a practical question for you, and that was one about did you in making the changes according to your proposal, did you envision any changes that would be needed to the tariff, or is it specifically a BPM focused issue?
Well, I think just personally, I haven't reviewed exactly what tariff language we would suggest. I think I just wanted to spot this first with CAISO. But just my own personal opinion, I would like to see this section change from saying manage on-site charging to just say manage state of charge of energy storage components, and just have it be explicitly allowed. And then, similarly here to reflect on-site charging to be changed back to say SOC management in the BPM. So those would be the two, that from my initial review of the tariff that looked like, there was some, unclear aspect about is it okay or would it be allowed? Are we going to have a concern with compliance if we do it one way or another? And obviously, I think we recognize that there's the right way to do things and there's a wrong way, and we take compliance very seriously. But we think that some of these things, like, for instance, this fact that SOC management was included here in this section before, and then it was removed, was kind of a bit of a concern that we, admittedly didn't comment on that during whenever that was done with the PRRs, with the BPM change process. So, not to say that CAISO didn't allow for comment on it or anything like that, but I just think it was, maybe not contemplated what that really meant, or if it was, there wasn't a lot of discussion around it. So those are kind of the ideas that I think we would like to talk through and just get the CAISO perspective, and then, have some additional feedback for you guys about, how you have the telemetry, kind of the things that I mentioned to Alva earlier in my response to him about, there's ways that CAISO can ensure that people aren't using this inappropriately. But that, right now it kind of seems like there's some concern that people would use it inappropriately if this was made explicit. And so we want to try to talk through that and see, hey, if we're going to add this additional layer of the mitigation here, this is the right time to talk about this, and then we can go from there. So does that help, Dinesh? Those are kind of the two main areas where we'd like to see some explicit red lines at some point in the future.
Yes, very helpful, and agreed on future discussions. Looking forward to continuing this conversation with you and the TerraGen team in this initiative. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and thank you guys for the opportunity to present. So, Brenda, was there anybody else online with questions or comments?
Yeah, we do have about 5 raised hands, so
okay.
We can go ahead and start from the very top. Drew, your line is unmuted. Please be sure to introduce yourself.
Thanks, Brenda. And Chris, thanks for this presentation. Flint's Energy work on our Mosaic product, and we have experience with both hybrids and standalone storage, co-located storage. And
I think just to start with, the kind of grid charging constraints that you all face, I think is not limited just to hybrids. There are quite a few co-located resources, storage resources that also have grid charging constraints. And the mitigation is a factor in all of them. So I think this is maybe an opportunity to kind of generalize a solution that could help resources, no matter what they are represented as in the market, that face this grid charging limitation, to kind of make sure that that's reflected in any DEB implementation that might be there.
Yeah, that's a good point, Drew. I do think that they are probably more resources online actually now in the co-located configuration that might have those grid charging restrictions, because CAISO has implemented some other approaches like the off-grid charging indicator thing for those ones. So fair point, and perhaps that needs to be a new flavor or additional consideration for CAISO in the just the normal storage. The DEB formulation, that there could be this additional consideration that it is a co-located with the charging restriction, and then maybe there's a different approach, kind of just to go back to some of that discussion that Sergio and I were having earlier. So thanks for chiming in. Yeah, and that off-grid charge flag that storage resources have isn't always used because it prevents you from participating in ancillaries, right? So at least in the intervals that it's in. So you can't always rely on that to protect you, because then it just takes you out of ancillary service markets in those intervals. So it's definitely something to be, maybe needs another way of representing whether or not a resource can charge, and maybe it affects the default energy bid calculation or something. Yeah, and I just to build on that, I think there's a whole additional presentation that I could give on just the co-located resource issues that I didn't include here at all. And so it's a very fair point. I think in this initiative overall, TerraGen has really pushed for CAISO to try to talk about the hybrids, because we have felt that those ones haven't had any follow-on since that early 2020 discussion. And then there was some subsequent work that was done on to build that OGCI flag and ACC concepts, and enhancing that a little bit to get the co-locateds, which were the more common flavor of paired resources, to where we are today. But then there's been other things that have happened since then. There's like the follow dot when you're providing AS issue, and some other things that I think should probably be discussed within this initiative that we didn't bring to the table today. But others, I would encourage others that are facing these things. I know there's several other developers that have more co-located resources from my time as a consultant that when I was working with that face those exact issues. So I'm glad that you raised those, and I do want to use that as just a good reason to say, there's more than just this hybrid stuff. These are the main ones that we wanted to put forward on hybrids that should be discussed, but perhaps there could be some more things scoped in for co-located enhancements that, if we don't do it here, it's going to take quite a while, I think, for them to get back to that. So I think it should be, included in the scope here. Yeah. And then the last piece that I just want to add a +1 on is your kind of suggestion of outages that reflect the components of hybrids, not just the entire hybrid in aggregate. I think that is something that we also experience as kind of lacking in the OMS system. It would be very valuable. Thank you, Drew. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's been great.
Next, we do have Alva. Go ahead, Alva. Test your audio with us.
Getting there. Keep trying.
Getting there. Okay.
Now it's getting better. There you go.
It's like the faucet gets going. Allow me to compliment you on this presentation, because you represented your company and the hybrid community very well here. And it's a lot of different issues, and I obviously can't, and shouldn't just respond in a scattershot way to them. One, I did want to express some hesitation about, though, is the idea of using the dynamic limit tool to control regulation. That's not a typical, as you know, as somebody who's worked at the CAISO, that's not a typical flow of data to take market parameters and have them flow into the AGC system in real time. There's a lot of hazards in terms of error there. I wanted to propose an alternative, which I don't even know if it's possible, but I think it potentially is possible to think about for the AGC, and it's based on the assumption that when you test for AGC, you're testing the battery and its ability to go from P-min, whatever the P-min of the resource is, to whatever you want to be your regulation max. So if it's going from 0 to reg max is what I'm assuming is the way that you do it when you do the test. And so effectively what you're assuming is that regulation is going to be provided by the battery. And it potentially could be a possibility that the regulation managed based on the state of charge of the battery external to the market systems. So I wonder what you think of that possibility of essentially hourly controls on regulation, but the assumption is that the regulation is on the battery, and then we know that there are ways in which the regulation system can be used to pretty effectively control for state of charge, and that's the reason we have the REM model. And in general, there is some capability there that potentially that might be a better direction rather than taking what's fundamentally something going into the market system and sending it over to AGC. And I think if I had some other thoughts about, like, if you are sending it over to the AGC system, then it essentially is being treated just the same way that an outage or a limitation on the coming from OMS would be treated on the regulation, and so there are some consequences to that in terms of how it looks to the system. So anyway, I have some concerns about that approach, but I was curious to, or at least wanted to put it out on the brainstorming table, the idea that if a hybrid is regulating, that regulation be treated as regulation on the battery, and it actually be managed in terms of managing the state of charge on the battery. And obviously that means that then that can constrain the output of the solar component or whatever the other component is based on the P-max. So you're going to have that issue, but I assume you have that issue anyway when you're offering regulation. Now you can't sort of unilaterally be backing solar when you're getting an incremental regulation instruction in order to keep things in whack. I mean, that would mean you had a separate, like, secondary regulation system effectively on your solar just to balance against the actual regulation signals you were getting. So I thought you probably just constrain the output on the other component when you have a regulation award, so that you can guarantee that you're feasible to any regulation instruction. And if that's the case, then it should be possible to just allow the CAISO to control the battery for that amount, directly.
Yeah, so really helpful input, Alva, and a lot there to try to respond to. I think just in general, let me just say this. I think we'd probably be open to that discussion. Recognize I would like to hear what CAISO says about your concern on the AGC, and using the dynamic limits as a direct input. And, if that would be problematic, then, fair enough. I think we wanted to flag it as a an option that we think should be considered, but point well taken there on this idea of just, kind of managing the battery and having that be more treated like a standalone, where the market is managing the SOC when it's on regulation. I think we would also be open to that, talking about that, and what does that really mean. It seems it would be better than today, perhaps, as a starting point for maybe a change. And I think because CAISO has the telemetry on the SOC, let's say this is more of a reliability product function, maybe it would be appropriate for them to manage the SOC on the battery portion, in using the VER forecast, HSL, and those sort of things to try to do that. And maybe there should just be more broadly this discussion about an option for CAISO to manage hybrids, just like they do a resource, a standalone storage resource. And if they gave us that option, and we could try to see, does the CAISO's market do this in a way that's better and more efficient than what we're able to do, and maybe we don't leave some of that capability on the table, because you're right. How we have to do it now is a little bit more conservative, because you basically have to, well, you can certify all the way up to the full Pmax of the unit. It depends. It all depends on the sizing of the solar and the battery component and your POI limit. Right. So it's not good to give one clean example here, but I would just say in general, you are having to back down the solar to be able to provide the headroom to allow your battery to move in the right ranges that given what you've certified for and what you've been awarded for regulation. So that is correct as how we do it. To your point, about how you expected we would operate it. I do believe that's how we do it. So with that in mind, I think, I'd like to have more thorough discussion on this, but yeah, very good points. Thank you for the input.
Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we do have Kathleen. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Yeah, great presentation, Chris. So, I mean, there's so much in here. I'm going to agree with Alva. It's hard to, if maybe either if CAISO wants to help kind of facilitate, we can go through the different sections. I'm not sure what we want to do process-wise with an hour and a half left. I think that's what we have, I heard Dinesh say. But maybe to start with staying just on this topic of the dynamic, what was the dynamic limit tool meant to adjust? And I'll say it's really confusing. So I looked back at the revised final proposal from hybrid phase 2, the decision that was taken to the board, and what was submitted in the transmittal letter, and then the final tariff language. And one thing that jumps out at me is there's there's a language that was used in the policy space as well as the board memo that implies to me something different than an upper economic limit. But and I'll give CAISO deference in the paper, there's a separate sentence that says the dynamic limit tool would be used to limit the economic dispatch of a hybrid resource in the real-time market, similar to the upper economic dispatch of VERS. So I think I'm bringing this up because for the purpose of saying I don't think it was incredibly clear why that sentence is in there when you compare it to the rationale that was taken to the board was that management wanted a dynamic limit tool to be available to hybrids to specify the upper and lower operational limits. And it's just really difficult when we have these different controlling documents that say CAISO has this intent to provide hybrids the ability to reflect their upper and lower operating limits, which is different than an upper economic limit, and then to have, filed and have it referred to in both of those ways in the paper. So I think there's merit in revisiting this from a principled policy perspective. And maybe I'll take a hot beat there, but I think maybe that's how we approach this, is kind of just take a beat, take a step back, acknowledge that there might have been some confusion over whether or not they were saying the limit would apply to the upper operating limit or the upper economic limit. And then we can start this policy discussion from where you and Alva were, which is, well, where should it have applied? Are you still there? This is just me. Are you on mute? Did we lose Chris?
Yeah, it looks like we lost Chris from the presenter line.
Bummer. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can give it a hot seat. And while we're doing that, maybe we can have Dinesh, you or Sergio kind of help me think through this process-wise. I understand the current tariff says certain things. I understand there's pieces, may reiterate, like pieces of the paper that say a certain thing. There's other pieces that say operating limits. The memo says operating limits. Like, is there even a willingness to start this conversation from the ground? Or is this something that you're not, like the CAISO is not willing to revisit this upper versus operating limit discussion? I think both of you would be helpful for me. Chris's view on what should be done, kind of like how we should handle this policy discussion, and CAISO, if you can shed some light on your willingness, that would be very helpful, just to kind of level set us.
I can chime in here. I think that using this venue to provide clarification on the use of the dynamic limit tool is useful, and we can work through that. For that, of course, you know, the guiding principles would be what has been approved and is in the tariff, and we can start the conversation there as a kind of, just as we've done with the constraints, kind of educational overview of where we're at and the current understanding, and then underscoring some of the issues brought up by stakeholders, just as Chris has done here. I would also add, you know, that I think that a lot of the discussions around the application of the dynamic limit as opposed to outages and how to reflect certain instances of potential unavailability, they have a lot of interplay with RA, and that's kind of a bright line that we'll have to establish here, that you know, we can have coordination, we must have, and we will have coordination with the RA team to ensure we have kind of a shared understanding and a solid plan, but discussions related to RA impacts will occur in that venue. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that makes sense. And I just want to say that I if you don't mind me asking you, just to keep that separate piece separate, because what I'm trying to work through, and I think others are, is the first level. Like I'm literally looking at 4 different documents on my screen right now, trying to piece together my recollection of the intent, which was to do this at an operating level, like the upper operating limit, which, for reminder, is your PMAX minus your D rates, not PMAX minus D rate minus AS, and the lower economic, which is the inverse. I'm looking at language that is incredibly explicit that the CAISO will not optimize the stated charge for hybrid resources. It's in the paper, it's in the board memo. You are so incredibly explicit that management does not propose to extend the functionalities that were given to VERS or to storage for either VER to reflect their expected capabilities or for storage, and you explicitly document all throughout these that you are not willing to manage the stated charge of hybrids. And so I heard a discussion about, well, maybe the CAISO would do that. And so I think for me, it's very important to have an idea. Like I said, RA is so outside the scope of this right now. We're talking about how to operate these assets. And initially, we got to start there. So like if your position is still, you will not take on stated charge management, then like respectfully, I don't agree there's any ambiguity about dynamic limits being needed for stated charge management, because when you do the breadcrumbs through these documents, it is so incredibly clear. The revised final proposal says, we will not optimize that. The decision says we will not optimize that. Hybrid resources to account for this management is going to give you a tool to communicate your generating potential. Now, generating potential implies operations, not economic capability. And the language used in the board memo was management proposes the dynamic limit tool to specify the upper and lower operational limits, which again implies that it would apply for generating operational availability. You did flip it with a filing that reflected what the policy proposal was an economic limit, but that could have been someone just putting in a policy paper a little bit of a confusion around operating versus economic. Because this is not tracking for me clearly through these documents, it does read a bit like there was confusion. The alternative view is you meant to do economic, and that's ironic because if you think about it, if you're reflecting the change in generating potential as written in the board memo, as approved by the board, the generating potential changes, and you're only changing the economic limit, and you're reducing the economic limit, and there's no D rate, that actually tells the ancillary service side of our markets that there is more headroom on that resource to provide more regulation or spin than otherwise understood. It has to be changed on the upper operating limit. A change in generating potential must be a revision to the upper operating limit in order for it to meet that policy goal. Now, if your policy intent was to allow them to lower their economic limit where they wouldn't receive an incremental market dispatch, and you truly intended for them to basically, if your intent was for them to provide greater regulation without paying for it, no offense, then I just need to understand that that was truly your intent. And then we can work around that policy. I think that's inappropriate. You should definitely be paying them for the full regulation. If they're reducing their economic limit and the AGC system is seeing that as an incremental AS application relative to what otherwise would have been there, that is a flawed implementation, but it's also something of value you're taking from resources without paying for it. So I'm down to have that policy debate. But at this point in time, I'm still really just locked on you might have made a mistake in the paper and translated it to the tariff, and clarity on if we're, how we're approaching this. Are we having a duke it out debate around whether or not you're trying to get a service from resources without paying for it? Or are we having a duking out debate on whether there needs to be a correction to a tariff language that you implemented based on some wording in a policy paper that's inconsistent with the board decision? That's kind of the direction I'm looking for.
Kathleen, I'm back. Sorry, my internet dropped off. Can you guys hear me all right? It's Chris from TerraGen again.
I can hear Chris.
Okay, so I'm glad that you teed that up. I didn't catch all of it, unfortunately, due to my connectivity problem, but I definitely got the gist of it there at the end for quite a bit of it. So let me just spin a little tale of how this all went down, since Sergio is new. He wasn't there during this time frame. I was working on this issue when I was working at CAISO. I felt that the entire intent of this was absolutely to manage SOC, and that's why that the papers all incorporate that. The intent was to try to address issues related to ancillary services and resource adequacy in a subsequent follow-up initiative that was never done until now. So, your point about the provision of AS, if you look in the papers, it just says hybrids will be able to provide AS, but it has no specifics to that, right? And we should have probably unpacked all that, because everything that you mentioned there is relevant to this discussion. And at first I thought, wait, is Kathleen saying that we shouldn't be able to manage the SOC with this dynamic limits or not? But you made it clear that your view, at least, or the way that it was written in the papers was that it should be, and then it's been implemented differently subsequently, or things didn't flow through to the board documents, and then admittedly, I had not been at CAISO for a little while, between when I left and then it was finalized. So I didn't get to help implement this thing. But that being said, you know, we kind of are where we are with this. So rather than having it be any duke out discussions or anything like that, like you were mentioning, I would like this to just be an open dialogue where we can actually discuss these things again and really kind of follow on with the discussion that was always intended, that I think ISO internal staff and others had wanted to do back then. And then, you know, it kind of got lost in the shuffle. We had a lot of other issues with the blackouts in 2020, and then we had, you know, EDAM and all the other things come up, and, you know, a lot of the change in staffing and everybody's moving around and things like that. So I would just encourage CAISO to try to use this as an opportunity to scope this into more holistic discussion, bring this whole thing into a, you know, a full, you know, initiative type of discussion about all this, and then we can revisit and have those discussions, and we can change the approach. But in general, we definitely agree with the, you know, the idea that you mentioned, that the SOC management is and should be, you know, allowed, fully allowed, and clearly allowed through the tariff, you know, for using dynamic limits through the tariff and BPM, and I think for some of those other reasons that Alva mentioned as well, you know. So I think there's pretty good support for our position, and that's why we'd like to just see that, you know, discussed here too. So thanks for all the opportunity this provided, and, you know, it reveals this is a complicated discussion, so I don't blame CAISO for having delayed it, right? I mean, you get into a lot of nuance when you start talking about the AS pieces that you raised, right? So, but we should have those discussions.
This is it. Then I'll agree with, and can I just agree full-heartedly? And I'm teasing this out this way because this is incredibly complicated. After we had that talk at the last workshop, or whichever one it was, where we were talking about, is this economic or operating? But going back and looking and trying to refresh my own memory, because I remembered it one way, and then looking at the documents, I can kind of see that there's a connection missing. So I think that's useful context. In the board memo, it's very clear that it's for stated charge management. And so is in my opinion, tariff filing. And so is the tariff filing. But I also think like the market interaction section in the revised final proposal has a lot of like really nice meat on the intent behind this. And it's like very, very clear on the state of charge question. So I hear what you're saying, Chris. Like maybe we just need to go back and bring folks along that haven't done this review, because there's clearly a legacy here. So I think like you've done a great job in bringing this forward. I think what would be great is for the CAISO team to now go back and backtrack. Like I recommend the revised final proposal, the decision that was taken to the board, and then looking at the tariff. And like I do actually think it's critical, and you may have already done this. I'm going to ask you to do it again, because I'm struggling with where. So I'll say there's no confusion. This is for state of charge management. If there is confusion, I need the CAISO to now present at a future meeting on how you have interpreted something along the breadcrumb and pull it out for us, because I tried to find it and I don't see it. On the operating limit one, is it meant to be the upper operating limit, or was it meant to be the upper economic limit? There's certain things in here you could read differently, but I will say from a, like, if this was initially stakeholdered as truly just being about limiting the awards that you received through ADS, then this is an incremental scope ask of yours to say, okay, that was overly limiting. We also received signals from AGAC. However we want to tee it up is fine, but I respectfully will I think if there is a physical capability change, which is what this tool is intended to show, right? Actual capability available, then you have to reflect it in an adjustment to the upper operating limit and lower operating limit. Otherwise, you are only going to indicate that that resource has more headroom than it was procured. When you reduce that upper economic limit, it just expands the availability relative to PMAX, right? You see what I'm saying? So if you're a 100 megawatt asset and your upper economic, you adjust the upper economic limit down to 50 megawatts. Let's say, generally speaking, if you're not on D-rate, we would say that's because you had a 50 megawatt regulation upward, let's say, right? If you're adjusting that down even to 40, that is still, AGC is still going to see your upper operating limit, right? And have that capability to send a signal. I mean, the signal should be limited to the award, but I feel like there's something happening here where it's not being limited to that 50 megawatt. Otherwise, I'm confused about why. Otherwise, I wouldn't think this would be an issue. So I guess that's the other clarification that I've been really struggling with since our last chat about this. I had thought AGC would limit it to the 50 megawatt awarded in reg. But when we're talking about the adjustment not being picked up by AGC, it's sounding to me like it's not. It doesn't have that logic. Is that what you're seeing?
This is something where we can work on to provide further clarification.
Okay, that would be helpful. That's the last thing I'm trying to sync up. And this is all very complicated. I agree with Chris. This is incredibly complicated. So I appreciate this group working through it. Thank you.
Yeah, so and just to clarify on that point, it's so if let's say you got awarded on a hybrid, we have a 100 megawatt hybrid unit from 0 PMIN to 100 PMAX. And let's say it's a 75 megawatt battery and 100 megawatt solar components behind that. Let's just say that we have an award for 50 megawatts of the regulation. So we certified the whole unit from all the way up to the PMAX of the unit, right? So we can provide anywhere within that range. And then they do, like, let's say they do whatever the dot is, right? Like, so let's say it's, 25 megawatts of solar capability. Then they do, 50 megawatts on top of whatever that is. So you'd be providing the range from 25 up to 75. So that's why this ends up becoming very complicated, and why I think, CAISO has reverted to saying, well, you just use outage management systems to provide those outages in here, so we don't, use the stuff outside the range it's capable of providing, which, I think, very fair point about that Elva made about how things flow into the systems, and Kathleen's points, I think, all just go to show that this just, simply having one sentence in the proposal that says, yes, they can provide it, doesn't go far enough to help us understand how it really works, how it's been implemented, and some of these things that we should discuss more thoroughly, in a more of a, formal stakeholder setting, so that way everyone's on the same page of how it works and what the opportunities and the issues are with doing it. So definitely would encourage that this just shows us that this needs to be discussed more, and we'd really encourage CAISO to keep that in the scope going forward. So I'll stop there. Brenda, was there any other comments still on the line?
Let me just jump in quickly. Just wanted to say Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Chris, for your comments on this topic. I do agree. This is very complicated. There's a lot to unpack with these comments, and I will definitely be revisiting the recording of this conversation to even get a head start and sort of exploring how we should go from here. One thing I will say is that this is the opening conversation. So, we've got time, right? The point of this conversation is to bring up these issues, to at least to resurface them, and to have these discussions as need be, so long as we're within the realms of the scope. As Sergio had mentioned, we're not going to go towards RA, right? With that being said, thank you very much. I did see that there were some other questions and from Mike and Rahul, who have been waiting very patiently. I'm not sure if they've gotten addressed yet.
Let's go ahead and unmute Mike. Thank you.
Sorry, I should have lowered my hand. Kathleen more than covered my points questions. So thank you, Kathleen, and thanks, Chris. This is great slides.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, you're next.
Quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we got you.
Okay. So first of all, Chris, thanks for doing these slides. As owner of hybrid assets, we definitely have a strong interest in what you have presented here. A few things. I'm in the same camp as Dinesh. I think I'll have to watch this conversation between you and Kathleen for at least 3 or 4 times to really understand the nuance. So, I'll put a pin in that. But going back to 2 or 3 things, Chris, you did an excellent job of covering all the issues. One of the things that I haven't seen is clarification of RAIM and treatment for hybrids in these slides. Is that issue already being discussed in the RA work group, or you plan to present there? And this is it's not your responsibility to present, but I just want to make sure I get your thoughts on.
Yeah, sure. I believe it is any RA related issues, and I've been lucky enough to talk to Sergio and Amelia and Ansel a little bit from Kaiso offline to kind of ensure and assuage my fears that the RA pieces were going to be addressed in some way, going back to the kind of, stakeholder initiative process, the catalog thing last year where we were trying to get, flag some of those issues. So at least Kaiso had reassured me that those would be in scope for that. And then at the last RA work group, I do recall kind of just asking generally where and when will we bring up hybrid issues, and they said, in each of the relevant issue topic groups or whatever they call it, categories there. So, the Flex RA RAIM issue for hybrids should probably be discussed there within any context of RAIM revisions, if that stays around. And then, there was some discussion on the must offer obligation, and there's some certain overlap here between some of the things that we've talked about here and, what the true RA availability impact might be. So I think, what the must offer obligation should be, is there any need to have some flexibility around that or clarify it or other things like that? All could be in good scope items for that initiative. And hopefully, and I'm feeling confident that Sergio is plugged into that. So we've got some, and Dinesh, hopefully, some good, storage folks that are also working on the RA side of things and coordinating. So that's just my initial reaction to it, is that we are covered, but I specifically didn't do that here because of that other RA initiative covering it. And I'll plan to put in some comments in the process there. Written comments, I think, are due there on like the 4th of March, I believe. So
okay,
we'll chime in there.
Yeah, 2 more questions. And this is mainly a question for Dinesh and Sergio. I see Kaiso has done an excellent job of bringing different issues and doing some very high level education on that. I would recommend we do the same for hybrid. Chris did an excellent job of, outlining what the issues are, but, what the current rules and expectation, it will be good to level set before we start providing feedback. And, the specific example that I was looking for is what happens if, my VER, if I have my VER plus a storage, and after sunset hours, if let's say my solar is 10 megawatts, storage is 10 megawatts, so my Pmax becomes 20. After sunset, I will not have solar. So am I assuming that I have an outage, or am I using dynamic limit tool? And if that's already covered in Chris's slides, I'll go back and check. But having a high-level education set of how things are supposed to operate today, and then building on what we fix, that I would recommend that. And in what track this will be discussed, that would be good to know.
Yeah, let me chime in there really quickly, Raul. Thank you for the suggestion. I think the conversation we just had between Chris, Kathleen, and the ISO as well underscore the need for some kind of background clarification and also education, kind of all in one. That's something that we can do. The way that we've been thinking of kind of splitting our sessions would be that we'd consider, we discuss topics related to this topic group in the next one would be in our April session, but we can also, think about how we can introduce it at an earlier date if it works out too. I also wanted to highlight that the question that you're asking around that specific example of should I use outages, should I use the dynamic limit tool, even a question like that is already steeped in partly the discussion that Kathleen and Chris were having, also partly the potential RA implications of that decision. So definitely these are complex topics that we'll seek to untangle following this initial conversation and be able to work through so as to better represent in our issue paper that we're targeting for May. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Thanks, Sergio. And just to add to that too, I would say, our slides don't contemplate that, Rahul. So you are correct to ask that question. And I think, we have not really configured our resources in that sort of a manner. So I don't think we run into that situation similarly as you have described, right? But that doesn't mean that can't be done as well, right? So I do think it's good to kind of explore the different configurations. It shows you that because of the fact that you can configure these in so many different ways, it's very hard to sometimes apply a one-size-fits-all approach to things. And so I cannot emphasize enough that I don't blame CAISO for maybe not getting into some of these difficult discussions or having some of the clarity on the tariff and BPM at all. And I think I just wanted to, try to push us to get some of this rigor behind these discussions. So I'm encouraged by Sergio's offer there. And I want to tell, the CAISO folks here too, I'm happy to help, provide some of that insight and guidance from my prior work on this stuff when I was at CAISO, and then just, our experience as we have, used these resources in the market and operated them, from my work with our scheduling folks at TerraGen. So I do want to offer that up too, to just try to help out so that we can make sure this discussion is full and robust as possible. And then I would like to take the opportunity to both thank CAISO for all the background work, work that you're doing here. I think I'll admit in the past I've been a bit of a skeptic of some of these work group processes, and I think at least from so far this one, I would give you guys a plus as far as trying to provide the documentation background to actually bring everyone up to the same level to have these discussions, because this stuff is very complicated. So, I want to thank Sergio, Dinesh, and Brenda, everyone at CAISO for working on this stuff and providing that. It's very, very helpful to everyone to be on the same page, and you're doing a good job at that. So thanks for that, and thanks for the opportunity from TerraGen to present on these hybrid things, and issues, and we will stay closely engaged on this. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Chris. And we're glad to know that this is helping out, and we'll focus on doing kind of that similar effort too, as you mentioned and others mentioned before, for hybrid, for paired assets in general, hybrids co-located, and make sure that we are using this really as an omnibus initiative to talk about all these issues in a holistic manner. So we appreciate that. I don't see any other new hands. I think Raul's was the last one. So I'll pass it over back to Dinesh, and thank you for your presentation, Chris. And a reminder, you know, if you'd like to present in future meetings, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. And yes, thank you very much, Chris, for your kind words and also your kind offer. I know personally that I definitely would like you to continue to stay engaged in these conversations. It's been very helpful and very informative, that's for sure. Just in terms of, from what Sergio had mentioned, we will have written comments due on the 5th. So that's a nice place to, you know, take a step back, think about the types of conversations we've had, think about what things would be helpful for the community to know about and to include those in a written format. We're also going to, like when Sergio had mentioned that April date for the next working group on this topic, that date is April 23rd is when that working group topic is. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Brenda, and thank you so much, everyone, for coming and contributing today.
Thank you, Dinesh, and thank you, Chris, and thank you, Sergio and Fan, who have participated in today's working group, and a lot of great questions. We have been monitoring those questions as well, and also we have the recording that will be hopefully available beginning of next week that we'll be posting. The comment template that we have just discussed will be posted today or tomorrow morning. We will do our best to get that over to everyone on the initiative website. That will be on the activity for the working group 3. Both presentations are posted as well, and then we will be kind of monitoring any other external communications for folks who were wanting to get more information on specific BRS questions or stuff that was talked today during this call. But we definitely invite those folks to reach out to us. We do have the ISO Stakeholder Affairs at kaiso.com, or you could also send a question directly to me, and I'll route that to the policy leads in this initiative to get back to you soon. And also, we are mindful with holidays coming up soon, so we'll be adjusting those dates accordingly to make sure all the folks are able to attend that call. And those calls are all recorded, so we will make sure that they get routed to our activity page when they're added on the timeline page. And lastly, we do have energy blog matters that we have been speaking on the past few weeks, but also we just posted a recent blog today from the ISO where we're speaking on the ISO expanding training and emergency operations facility. Trisha Johnson, the Director of Operation Readiness, provides an overview of the control room that we have at the office today at the ISO. I'll be putting that in the chat, so those who are interested to kind of learn more what just launched with the ISO control room. There's a lot of great activity in person with the training for the KAISO and the operators. So there's a lot of good information on that blog to kind of see where we stand within our company. So we appreciate everyone's participation. Thank you so much. And I hope everyone stays safe, and we'll meet with you guys soon at the next working group. And I'll pass it back to Ahmed to help us close this call. Thank you.
This event has concluded. Thank you for using event services. You may now disconnect.